So with that taken care, so with that little recap done, we'll be finishing off chapter 3. Be jumping in midpoint. So drastic change in music, I'm sure. Our background. Yeah, okay, all the rain sounds. The motorcycle was in the grass at the roadside. Considering how it looked, pelted with rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp was a bit of a walk from here. I lifted the bike up. Didn't think it would be so heavy. Was a little surprised, but once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll it along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I wanted to do. I could no longer ignore my exhaustion. It warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. This motorcycle. Wonder if I could ride it well enough. Once I got it going, it would basically be the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? Plan suggested by my exhaustion. The anxiety at getting on a motorcycle for the first time withdrew. I turned the key. Then you just kick the pedal, right? Yeah. It's on. Then I gripped the handlebars. First the right, then the left. Maybe I twisted them too much. The bike lurched forward and did a wheelie like an angry horse. I lost it for a second, but it was just a problem of how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. This time, slowly, gently. That time it went well. It was strange to be on a two-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd, but I got used to it quickly. Mian once told me you could get a scooter license within a day, and she was clearly right. This was pretty easy. I needed to throw the metal bat into the swamp too. But I didn't know how I'd pack the bat onto the motorcycle. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. If I put the tip on the seat of my pants and hunched over, wouldn't it fall out? Got back on the bike, and this time, going without any difficulty. I carefully pressed the button labeled light, and a rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. I probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and had zero confidence I could ride through this darkness. As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival, but none of them had any interest in me. They were either all soaked through the rain and hurrying on their way home, or the umbrellas low and their heads down. Yesterday I might have been wary of even these passerby. Right now it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. In fact, it would probably be less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this instead of sneaking around. More and more, though, I started to think of that idea as naive, brought on by my exhausted state. I climbed a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath, but I just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. Motorcycles sure are convenient. For a moment, its lights illuminated a sign before I passed by it. Onagafuchi Swamp. Good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way to the swamp was cordoned off by a metal fence or anything. Parents and teachers would get mad if they found out you were playing at the swamp. Some of the bad kids in class apparently snuck out here sometimes to see the giant crawfish in the place. They talked before about how they'd go to the candy shop and buy some pickled squid, then just tie it to a fishing line and throw it, and all the crawfish would come running. Hi, chicken. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm dropping in to say hi and bye then. Okay. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Once I got up to the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine and traditional ropes on one of the trees. And as it swallowed the downpour whole, The blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliff like stop I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. I had to be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared, man, what a stupid ghost story that would be. On the night of Wachinagashi, Satoko's uncle's corpse was found in a thicket by the road leading to town, and Keiichi Maibara went missing. People would whisper that I'd been demoned away. The 5th year's curse would be a half-baked one. Got off the bike and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I let go just when it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff and was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I'd imagined. The surface was being pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. I couldn't even make out the motorbike I'd just thrown in there. It was pretty heavy after all. It would be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp. It would be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatsoever in throwing the man's motorbike down to the land of the demons. But I did have a tinge of regret when I did it with Satoshi's bat. The muddy water washed off the gore sticking to it, and it sunk easily. I had sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to stay. That's how I felt. I started to feel more like returning it to the locker from before, but continued to keep watch over Satoko. Satoshi, I probably, misunderstood you. Satoshi listened quietly without nodding. I'm absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away, but I was wrong. The rest of the world, some deviant was behind that incident. I know. That was something you did for her. And then, you disappeared. You finally got back that peace, and lost it within days. I swear to you that I will live life to its fullest from now on. Live it enough for both of us. I will live on as though this week, this day, never happened. But I will never forget the short time we shared together for as long as I live. I didn't know what expression Satoshi made as he listened. As someone who had protected the same girl, I felt that he smiled and gave me his blessing. Then, my hand moved of its own accord. The bat I had hesitated to throw it away left my hands and flew through the air. It traveled its parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a sound. There weren't even any ripples when it hit the surface. The surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment, I regretted having thrown it. But I realized that might have been what Satoshi had wanted. You're right. I still can't let myself give in to emotion just yet. I would return for my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body and bury it. It seemed like a simple sequence of events, but I felt extremely exhausted, and I had to do it all tonight. Satoshi left me with only the evidence that I needed to finish this up soon, then fell silent for eternity and disappeared at the bottom of the demon's abyss. I returned to the path I had ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. My whole body felt heavy. But I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. Forgot something. Didn't just come here for my bike. The shovel was here too. It's good. I was zoning out. Every once in a while, if I let my guard down, my vision would almost go black. Pull yourself together, Keiichi. It's still not over. I went into the grove of trees and looked for the hole which I'd hidden the shovel. Fortunately, I had hidden it deep in the forest, not wanting it to be seen, and everything was black in the night, and I couldn't see anything anymore. I reawakened my fading consciousness and realized just how big this annoyance really was. Can't be serious. The sweat the rain washed away before came back up to my skin. Deep, deep in the forest where the streetlights could never reach. The fact that it would be so pitch black and completely uncalculated. This much darkness, even if I had been able to kill him right away like I'd planned, didn't know if I could still have buried him without a problem. What should I do? Simply couldn't find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep into the forest, I'd lose even my sense of direction and might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was fully possible I'd trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. Right. How's the storage room? There was another shovel there. Same fold-up kind. Can I go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up on finding the shovel tonight? Not as though the name My Bar is written on the shovel. But it seemed like an unusual item from an important variety store, made in another country, so... Didn't want to leave that shovel here, but in this darkness I couldn't do anything. I should give up and go back to the storage room. There was an electric lantern in there. Use that for light. If I use that for light, I could look for it. So extremely dark. Could I light the way with just the lantern? Light of a lantern in this dark night. Didn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes. I doubt if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I left the body there for a pretty long time already. Sense of fear, dulled through excessive exhaustion, finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now the most important thing was to hide the body. A shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I'd share the same fate as Satoshi. First I'd go back to the storage room at home, then I'd get the lantern. Now that it's got this dark, I might still need light to dig a hole for the body too. And I'd get the other shovel, and then I'd deal with the body the first thing. That was done. I'd come back here, find the shovel, and bring it back. I had to at least that much. So tired. Complaining was getting me nowhere. If I started getting complacent now, everything will have been for naught. At some point, I had sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured, lifting my heavy hips. The night was young. Of all the nights I'd experienced, none had ever been this long. When would it all end? The night was young. I'm trying to dig a whole large let's go raining. No, I feel like that would probably be that could be more problematic than trying to drag the body back to where the hole he had already dug out. Suddenly, the lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, they reminded me of how hungry I was. I checked the clock and saw that it was almost 7. I thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten just from this one night. There was a warm light coming from the curtains in the living room. The world between here and what was beyond those curtains was so different. If only that man hadn't shown up, I would have been in that light. I'd still be excited from the festival, and I'd be talking to my parents about how much fun I had with all my friends. Then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I would have barely eaten way too much at the stalls. Barely eaten any of it, gone back to my room. No doubt I'd crawl into my futon and easily let myself fall asleep. Right now, I was completely different. There wasn't a single ember of warmth from those weak street lights. Right now, I was unconnected to any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food nor the time to allow myself to sleep. My body exposed to the cold rain. I knew that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was becoming. For what reason did I need to kill someone? Even if it felt this terrible, I'd lost sight of my purpose. I selected the fastest, most fundamental way of saving Satoko and executed it without hesitation. That man was dead. He was gone. He would never ever hurt Satoko again. We all thought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem, and finally, with no options, we gave up. I had solved it in one night. By myself, without anyone's help. Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for her uncle, despite not knowing when he'd return, and she might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he'd yell at her or how it tasted. But her uncle wouldn't come home. He wouldn't have to fear his wrath or let him make her feel sad. I did it. Successfully saved Satoko. All I'd been thinking about for a long time was killing that man, and I had forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her. I did. Did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes. That's when I first realized that the exhaustion I'd been feeling was actually guilt. A blade of guilt for a while now had just been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad that I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. So it hurt so much. It was so painful that I cried. I cried tears of joy at having saved Satoko. I didn't know why really anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell. As I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears, my heart was comforted a little. All right, Keiichi. That's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel shamed about. Both my body and my mind were thoroughly exhausted. That was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. Even tomorrow and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while. But there was one thing that was true. There was the undisputable fact that I had saved Satoko. One day we would surely be rewarded. One day I would be proud of how distressing an enterprise I had undertaken. Get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. If I left it undone, everything I'd accomplished today would be for naught. I looked back up at the sky. It didn't look like it would stop raining anytime soon. And I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy from my core again. When did I plan on spacing out? This isn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. That pessimistic thought was proof. The very natural emotion of fear had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. It was fortunate. I remembered what it looked like around the street light the body was near. How dark it was. It was quite possible I wouldn't have been able to look for it either. I didn't realize that when I left the place, so the idea of memorizing spot hadn't even crossed my mind. And that's why I'd call it fortunate that I managed to get back to the body like this. The corpse was now located in a big, muddy puddle. Half the thing had already sunk into the swamp, like pool of water. I only realized afterwards that there was an unused irrigation channel right nearby clogged with fallen leaves and dirt, and there was rainwater flowing in from there. My shoes had been awash with water for a long time now. But without hesitation, I stepped into the puddle. The whole muddy stream started flowing back, luckily. I couldn't leave any slight traces like bloodstains. The rain was like a blessing from heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, and turned off the lantern. It became pitch black. My eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments. Once I managed to reach the street light on the other side, I was able to make out even faint lights. I stuck the shovel into the puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I thought. And the shovel's tip easily slid inside. I had to hurry and dig. If I took too much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. It felt almost like digging a hole in the sand at the beach. It was easy to dig, no matter what. Muddy water kept flowing back in, covering the hole. The digging wasn't going as well as I'd hoped. I dug, and the water would go in, but I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure was to bury my own foot in the mud. Digging just fine. It's all right. Don't be disheartened. Dig, dig, dig. Occasionally a car would come by on the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Everyone was only passing through. They wouldn't have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I still couldn't help but hide. What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of those cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. It was at the distance I could spot cars from was getting gradually shorter. At first, I noticed the splashing sounds from really far away as cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less. With the car that just passed by, I didn't notice it until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the second. If someone were to take a peek in secret, as I was burying the body at the worst possible time, I wouldn't even notice. The moment I thought that, I took a good look all around me. I aroused all my half-asleep senses and searched for signs of presence nearby. What if I found out someone was spying on me from the trees? Our carnivorous feeling snarled at me, glaring. If there was, then I would dig another hole. I'd come this far already, or to achieve perfection. I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. My 5 senses reached the conclusion that nobody was present. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out here? It was deep enough for me to go up to my knees. Maybe this was enough. I threw the corpse in as a test. I swallowed, getting my breath under control. Despite how much I'd beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So instead, I dragged it by the feet to the hole. It took more than just a wiggle and a tug to do it. Of course it did. Considering this man's weight was easily 80 kilograms. I rallied all my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. All right, let's bury him. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole, and none of this would have ever happened. When I realized I only had a little farther to go to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. Like I was absorbed in a delusion that if I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. In any case, in a great rush I poured mud and dirt into the hole. If I didn't work efficiently, someone might find me here. Till now I figured if someone saw, I just killed them, but not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would all be over. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. Splish, splash, squash, squish. I threw the surface of the shovel across the ground, trying to make it flat. I was completely covered in mud at that point. The rain washed the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic, fear, with rain and sweat and mud. My shoulder heaving, I threw down the shovel and sat down in the mud. I was so exhausted that I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. It was over. This time. For real. It's over. The man was now in the bottom of the wet dirt. Right this moment, there were traces that this place had been dug up, but the rain and flowing muddy water would completely cover it all within moments. Yes, it was over. I did it. Did it. I did it. Fucker. And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I didn't care. After staying there for a while, resting my mind, I got up again. It was over. Let's go home. I've already buried the whole thing. So now it's like it's never happened. Never happened, so there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. I wobbled to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but I didn't have the strength in my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I headed towards the light. I stood up my bike. It had been laying in the grass by the road. I didn't know how I was going to get the still assembled shovel into that front basket. I put the shovel down the back of my shirt like I'd done with the baseball bat. Unlike the back, the corner of it was on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little, it would fall out behind me. I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. On one hand, the handlebars was swaying to and fro like a drunk. Oh. Hello, Foxglove. Oh, did you slightly change your your username? Oh, oops. Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, I was wondering about that. I kind of figured it was you, but... Even swing like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. For now, I'm Kato, so I just edit that in. Oh, okay. I see. I saw two lights swing slowly in front of me. A car was approaching. Oh, I need to get out of the way. From far away in the shadows of darkness, a car appeared. Staggering lights washed over me. The driver made a short honk of the horn to inform me I was in the middle of the road. I have to get out of the way. I kept telling myself that, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was exhausted, so I couldn't do anything. Wobble, wobble, wobble. I meandered about, not going to the right or the left. The driver decided to swerve out of the way right in front of me. Without lowering its speed much, steadily came towards me. Its outline grew larger in my vision. Telling myself that I really need to get out of the way, I jerked handlebars in one direction, then lost my balance and fell over, bike and all. My whole body splayed out, and one foot got caught in the bike. This was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, and just as a cold sweat broke out on my skin, the driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left, made a clockwise U-turn, came right up to me and stopped. The driver's seat door opened, and the driver came out. "You idiot, what are you doing here?" I was pretty sure someone would yell at me like that. Oh my, look who it is. It was a woman's voice, and one I knew. I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her. Takano-san. Good evening. The moon is very pretty tonight, my Bara-kun. It was raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded umbrella and smiled as she spoke. That smile was for some reason uncanny, like she'd seen right through me. But of all the people I could have met, got the sudden feeling like this was the one I wanted to see the least. What are you doing out so late? You're soaked and covered in mud, and no umbrella either. What is that? A shovel? She had come here via car. She wouldn't have known what I was just doing, yet she smiled as though she knew everything. Calm down, Keiichi. Always makes that mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her on to anything, lest you dig your own grave. The rumors say you were playing baseball with the golf club. Is that what the shell is for, too? You're using it as an umbrella. I should tell a good lie here. If I could just do that, things would work out. When I went with Raina to go for treasure at the dam, we forgot this there. And you went to get it in this downpour? When I left my house, I didn't think it would rain, so... Oh, it's been raining for a while, though. Been out for quite some time, haven't you? Oh yeah, I was kind of wandering around. And so, came from that direction, didn't you? The dam is in the opposite direction, you know. Hehehe. Kano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal was happening with me. As she played her little word games, she was enjoying driving me into a corner. Maybe she had a vague guess, just from the situation of what I'd been doing. My timing really sucked to run into here of all people all the times. At the very end, I could only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I'd done so much, and the end was literally right around the corner. So why at the very end did I run into her, of all people? What do you do, Keiichi? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. You silence Takano? Even if it would be simple to kill Takano, dealing with the car she'd come in afterward would be an issue. I couldn't drive a car, completely different from a motorbike. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her. Yes, and tonight's downpour, without any prior planning, all by coincidence, a hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on them, they would never know I killed her. A black flame quietly smoldered and raged in the core of my body. That's a scary look. Did I tease you too much? Kano-san to laugh by herself, then thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away. Leaving that aside, how long are you planning on crawling on the ground with your bike like that? Yup. Very accurate. Do you mind moving out of the way? If I moved, she would leave. I tried to get the bicycle up and out of the way, but then twisted my ankle and then it fell over. Shit. Ugh. There was a sharp pain in the ankle I twisted. This is nonsense. Sprained ankle? Now? Oh my, are you alright? Did you twist your ankle? Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at the ankle I keep rubbing. He compares it to my facial expression, apparently trying to gauge how bad the wound was. Can you stand? I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand up. It was all I could do to shamelessly wriggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Kano-san looked at her watch, then at her car, and after thinking for a moment, opened the passenger seat door, and then gave me her shoulder to stand up with. I'll take you home. I do feel bad since it's almost like I hit you. I'm sorry. I wouldn't just leave you there. It's a good thing I'm a nice person. Nobody ever called themselves a nice person, but that would have been a terrible thing to say to someone holding me up like this. I took Takano's hands and sat down in the passenger seat. Takano-san went round the back and looked at my bike on the ground. I don't suppose we could take the bicycle home tomorrow. I could clearly tell from her face that she thought it would be a pain, since it would be heavy, and it would get her car dirty. But my name has the name Maibara written on it. I couldn't leave it out here like this. Well, can you somehow put it in the car? I sort of need it. The trunk is already full. If I put it in the back seat, we'll get the seats dirty with mud. Well, given how you're already in there, it's already dirty, I suppose. I turn back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts. The exact thought seemed to get through to her. All right. I'll put it in here for you. I'll be really nice, but just for tonight, okay? Kano continued with her mean jokes, but she hoisted my bike and loaded it into the back seat for me. The mean jokes were one thing. Did she do something about that eerie smile of hers? And even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. The shovel could be directly connected to the buried body and to me. Sorry to ask another favor. Could you get my shovel too? Takano gave me a clearly dubious expression. Your shovel? That's fine with me. Is it important? The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. That's how I felt, so I didn't force myself to answer her. Eventually, outlasted by my silence, Takano gave a short shrug and sighed. All right, I understand. You need your shovel, right? Don't need to make such a mean face. Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I'd never let go of it again. Takano watched me with a puzzled look. Okay, let's be off. Maibara, you live at the Maibara Mansion, don't you? Why does everyone call my house the Maibara Mansion? Because it's actually a mansion. Must be nice to be rich. As she spoke, Kano pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn through the shoulder of the road, she steadily increased in speed. From the rearview mirror, that accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness. Ride? Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. What was that? Takano suddenly tried to say something to me, but thoughtlessly, I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Kano said the same thing one more time. The body. How well was it buried? I thought my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show. Oh, damn. Yes, thank you. You beat me to it. That ran exactly through my head. But my lungs were squeezed tight and I couldn't breathe. What are you talking about? When burying bodies in mountains like these, you have to bury it fairly deep, because wild dogs will often smell the corpse and dig it out. Some human bone a wild dog brings back in its mouth leads to an incident being uncovered. The police head out to a stretch of mountains. It actually happens pretty often, you know. Hehe. Pound, pound. Clang, clang. Huge rustled bells started ringing in my head. Did I bury it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get over with that I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. No, wait. It's not Wade anyway. This woman, how does she know? She had just passed by in her car by coincidence. We ran into each other by coincidence. She had been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I left, she came back in her car? It didn't make any logical sense. But then why? Ichi. That's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened and I could feel my pupils dilate. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with a shovel in such a small car, and I would use my hands and strangle her. She was driving right now. I strangled her, might get into an accident. Then suddenly, Takano turned and looked at me. What? No witty retort? For a moment I was surprised. What's she talking about? It would seem we're not a very good match, Takano said, disappointed, turning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she'd said a few times in my head, and finally realized she meant it as an off-color joke. I didn't really know whether it was really a joke, but wouldn't be able to fool her, no matter how many lies I told. Right now, with her driving the car like this, I couldn't kill her. I would have an even harder time doing it when we got back to my house. That moment we met, that had been my best chance, and to have missed it so easily hurt. After that, Takano didn't say a single word. The car was completely buried in an almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman had I run into? With everything that happened today, I managed to pull it off. At the very end of it all, I just had to go home and go back to sleep. Bad luck. As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. Is this alright, Keiichi? Probably should not leave this woman alive. Right now, I'm tired. She stepped on the brakes, and I jerked against my seatbelt. That woman woke me up. I thought I must have fallen asleep by accident. I looked out the window, and there was a big building with faint lights on. It was really dark out, but I knew immediately it was my house. I'll go get your folks for you. Would you mind the place for a few moments while I'm gone? Don't make fun of me, please. Besides, look, I'm fine now. I can walk by myself. Oh my, you were in such pain before that you had to get me to carry you. You just want a pretty lady to be nice to you. As Takano spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness, but they weren't that bad anymore. Rather than being happy about how light the wound was, I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I could have still taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. There probably wouldn't be much doubt that Takano was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. If she knew about everything happening with Satoko, then she might have even guessed I'd killed somebody. Like, Takano opened the passenger side door for me. Sure you don't need my shoulders? I wouldn't mind doing it for you again. I ignored her and answered by getting out of the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I got my bicycle out of the back seat. I was a bit curious who the other bike belonged to. That didn't matter right now. I left Takano hold the umbrella over me, then pushed my bicycle up to the front door. Thank you very much. I'll be fine now. My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but it aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. Really seriously terrible luck. Alright, I'll be leaving then. Keep it a secret. But we had a nice evening drive together by ourselves, okay? Especially from Jiro-san. Jiro-san? Oh, she meant Tomatake-san. I suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomatake then. Then the other bike, the folding one in the back seat that I didn't care about at first, suddenly came to mind. Excuse me, you're from Hinamizawa, right? Day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam half asleep, Tomatake-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he'd been riding, it was... That bicycle in the back belonged to Tomatake-san, doesn't it? Tomatake-san's eyes, I think they sharpened for a moment. And why do you think that? I saw it when I met him before. The frame stood out to me. But wouldn't that be odd? Think it's possible for this to be Jiro-san's bike? Odd, huh? Kano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers into my eyes. Well, there are no bed and breakfasts in Inamizawa, are there? Jiro-san would need to be staying in town. Is that so? I guess that's right, huh? You can't really walk from town to Inamizawa, can you? There are no buses either. You at least need a bicycle. You didn't need to tell me that. Why Jiro-san was riding a bike. Jiro-san's bicycle would be stowed in my car. And him not in there. That would be strange, wouldn't it? It would mean Jiro-san was in Hinamizawa, without a bike. I'd have to have left Jiro somewhere and put his bike in the car, wouldn't I? Wouldn't make sense. As she spoke, Takano made eyes like a hawk. Unfortunately, I didn't really understand what was so odd. What about that is odd? You and Tomatake-san friends? I don't really think it would be strange for there to be some reason you had his bicycle in your car. But it would be. What I mean is, Jiro-san and his bicycle being in different places in Hinamizawa wouldn't make sense. And for those reasons, it means this bicycle can't be his. Do you understand now? Kano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend, but that eeriness I could feel. That vague dreadfulness, I didn't like it at all. The most wild, instinctive part of me warned me not to pry. That's my bicycle. Jiro-san picked it out for me, though, but I can't deny that it looks alike. I see now. I thought it looked similar. You and I never saw each other tonight. Now she was talking about something completely different. What are you talking about? You and I never saw each other tonight. I stayed there, not knowing what to say, and Takano repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again. You and I never met this night. You and I never saw each other tonight. Something cold and unpleasant crawled up my spine. I knew, because I'd killed the person with my own hands before. Before I came to the conclusion that I only had one chance to beat this woman to death to keep her quiet, and I couldn't hesitate, so I could tell that she'd arrived at the very same conclusion. My instincts warmed me again. Wish I'd never met this woman. The faint sense, like a rotten smell drifting from this woman, was no doubt the exact same sense that I was giving off right now. The very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty at taking a human's life for a purpose. One that only those who had risen above everything had. Actually, maybe I should have called it a nausea. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain this very well, but Takano was the same as me. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone I couldn't have let anybody know was here. Someone who nobody would have wanted to see. And now that we had, we could calmly pretend as though we'd never met. Yes, which meant that just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she did not want anything to do with me either. And she too wanted to make so that we never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant Takano-san's suggestion was extremely practical, and that I couldn't outright refuse. If that's fine with you, then sure, whatever. You and I didn't meet this night. You're right. That would be best for you too, wouldn't it? Why do you think that? Are you seriously asking me that? You can't figure that out on your own, boy. He cut me off with the condescending word, boy. Right in front of my house in a place most unsuited to killing. And yet, there was a frozen thirst for blood coming from both of us. I would be killed right here, right now. And I should have definitely beaten her to death, beaten her as we passed each other. Damp, greasy sweat broke out on my body. That's fine. If you want me, then you can come any time. And when I made up my mind, she shook her head elegantly and turned on her heel. Good. I'm a kind person after all. What was good? How? That she was a kind person? Was that it? I didn't get it. Kano got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of parting. I performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. On the holy night of Oyashiro-sama's curse, in which the taking of another's life was allowed, on the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered as agents of Oyashiro-sama's will, the demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly, they did. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's through the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted into a distorted, fearless smile. It was too late to kill her. Far too late. The first moment we saw each other had been my best chance. And now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. She beeped her horn quickly, then her car drove away in the deluge. The one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared into the dark. As long as she was alive, this night would never really end. Just get into an accident, I thought to myself. In this downpour, slip on the mud or something, and fly face first into a tree and die. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fantasy. It was an earnest wish. Yeah. It was a command. Die. Die. Keep your mouth shut for eternity. Because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Takano-san's tail lights disappeared into the utter darkness. The car's lights were completely out of sight now. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of the heavy rain and was inaudible now. I too turned on my heel, draw the curtains on this insane night, opened my front door and end it all. I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud, and I made a squishing sound with every step I took. Squish, squish. Don't worry, Keiichi. Squish, squish. She'll die. Squish, squish. Brenda will be as miserable as she is. I'll throw into her some flames alive and let her dance until she's burned to a crisp. I'll burn her to ashes in the fires of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves. I really do. Squish. Huh? Just now, I hadn't taken a step, and yet, a footstep. Without emotion, I turned round. There was a footprint that wasn't my own. It was obvious someone else was behind me. Somebody else there? I was sick of this. I was sick of everything tonight. This time I would kill them. I'd kill them without a second thought. I didn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. But fortunately, there's nobody there. I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even if I heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, I put it down to me just being tired. See, new tips. Fire from hell. Victim of the 5th year. Okay. So we finished that chapter, so if I remember right, there's 12 chapters in total. So I'll just look at the new tips. Although, give me one. Just need to excuse myself for just a few minutes. I won't be back. I will put myself on the BRB screen. There'll at least be some nice music while I'm gone. There should be anyway. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, that took longer than I thought it would. Oh, hello, Devabun. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate that. Thank you for the fluid check. Alright, let's read these tips that we got. Okay. Fire from hell. Oh. Okay, I'll honor that one after a thing. Hello? In the hospital or the fire department? The fire department. There a fire or some other accident? Please speak slowly and calmly. I think it's a fire. This is the rest area on the highway. I can see a ton of fire and smoke coming up from the mountains behind us. Nobody goes back there, so I don't know why anything got lit on fire. Anyway, I figured I should let you know. It turned into a forest fire. I understand. I need to know exactly where you are. So please tell me your name, a phone number we can use to get in touch with you, and the exact location of the fire. Notice from the fire department headquarters. We have a report of suspicious fire on the western slopes of the blank mountain. Given its distance from the road, it could be a couple's bonfire or someone unlawfully burning trash. The location is deep in the woods. No homes in the area, but the fire could spread. Immediately go to the site to verify. Is this the fire station? This is the Blank District Fire Department branch. We arrived moments ago at the reported area. Fire confirmed to be a burning oil drum lift in the mountains. Fire is calming and there is no chance it will spread. And, well, in the oil drum, I think it might be a person. Like a person burned with kerosene or something. Well, I think maybe we should get the police over here. They're still mistaking it. This is a person. Okay. Okay, so it's like in the last game. Where there was the burning or whatever. Wait. Does Takano have a double? Like with Mion and Chion, or like a twin, I guess? Yeah, not a good day. Finding a burning body. Alright, how many? Okay. Evil clothes. So that's actually 80. Because I revised it to where it's 20. It means there's a max of 5. So the amount itself has not changed. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the only thing that you would have seen is like if you would have noticed the price gone up. Just why the price went up a little bit. But I did it to save points as well as so the max number of redeemable squats is the same. So words I won't have to do more than 100 in case of a single stream. This means I'll be getting most of them out of the way. At least I got dramatic squat doing right now. 1, 2, 3. 6. Five. 1 second. 6. 7. 2. 30, 40, 50, 60. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. Oh, that was it. That was the 80. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. Checks are there. Okay. Yeah. All right. Did the okay. On the hydrates. Uh, okay, I have an Uwu redeem. Okay. Oh, that's really not more of a purr at this point. Weird purr. I'm glad you liked it. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, victim of the 5th year. Let's see what this year's curse then? But it looks like he kills them differently every year. This is particularly conspicuous, isn't it? Clawing out your own throat. That isn't normal. Let's leave the rest of the old man in forensics. I'm sure I'll find some suspicious drugs. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, Oishi-san. Tomiyama-san and the others have arrived. Oishi-san, much appreciated. It seems we have a pretty crazy this one year. Yeah, we've been outsmarted. It's absolutely under the impression Teppei Haucho would get killed tonight. Who is the deceased? Ishiro Tomatake, a photographer with a hobby for coming to Hinamizawa a few times a year. Didn't even have him marked. Wonder what happened. Did they realize we were watching the Houjo residents the whole time and decide to switch their target? Maybe. Sure flubbed this one. There are no problems with Tepe Houjo? Correct. His daughter left for the festival in the evening, and a little while later he left on his motorbike. His daughter came back first. Wait. Has he not come back yet? He's still out drinking somewhere? Oishi-san, are you there? Call from Chief Takasugi. He's on the line in car 1. Ooh. Okay. So let's put this together. Okay. So, as far as the fate of Tomitake slash Girl Tomitake, his death seems to be these tips don't really help. Most cases are like if you run out. Yeah, different kind of tips. I feel like these should be called like something different. I'm not sure what. Maybe like, I guess clues would be on the nose too much, maybe. Anyway, but okay, for sure we know that, so for sure we know that Jiro, each year he's getting killed, and it's the same way. And Takano has gone missing the past couple times. Well, wait. The first time she went missing, second time they found the dead body. Although at the end of the last chapter, we found out that there's already a Takano that was dead. Makes me think Takano maybe has like a twin or something. Or at least a look-alike that keeps dying every year. Because that's the one that's always found in the oil drum. Passing the rise. So does that mean the Takano we ran into is the one that's like, I guess, the murderer Takano? Takano is Kenny. There's a lot of Takano's Kenny. It's like almost everyone in this game is like all the main characters in this game are basically Kennys. So it does seem like... So it seems like every time we play, okay, it seems like some events... happen the same way. There are some events that are different, but there are some that are the same. So I guess the question is that we'll be going as we're finishing this one up, and then we'll be, and especially in like the future one that we'll have to be going to, I think, is figuring out what all events stay the same, and then why are those events different then? Because if we can figure out that, then closer to then that'll give us, I think, better pictures as far as what's going on in Hinamizawa. First, I thought it was a dream. I was staring at the strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. Time someone is filled with murderous intent and that detective is always there if things go wrong. This is also true. Um, uh, so it does leave the question is like how is the detective? Is it because he's so good at following like bad things happening, or or uh or is he involved in some uh in a more nefarious? Yes, he does seem to do things that are. You do know that he has no problem using a teenager as bait for a killer, so could be involved. So he's either really good at finding crap, like one step behind whatever's going on, or he's involved in causing it. So it's definitely one of those two, I'd say. Um, Hi, Avian. Okay, well, I can finish my last 20 squats. My get through it now. My hair got up. 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 16, 19. Okay, last 20 squats. All right. So I got my full cap of 100 squats already out of the way. Uh oh, good check. Okay. Um. So Keiichi was able to uh. So he killed and buried the bad uncle. Um. But on his way back, um. Uh. He ran into Takano. Um. Who had Jiro's bike for some unknown reason, which you need to have a bike with you. So why Jiro doesn't have it? So why does Jiro not have his bike? Because Jiro's his bike should be as well. In a small town like Hinamizawa, since that would be the means of transport. Um. Oh, that's correct. Uh. That's why I up the amount of the squats as well as like the price. Uh. The max number will be the same of potential redeems. So Foxglove already did the other horror dreams, which meant 80 squats. So we did those, but now I got 100. Yeah, I could. Um, let's see. But yeah. Uh, Cops somehow causing crimes to get paid and to make. Uh, but anyway, like Takano was like, um, none of us saw each other, and she apparently knew that what she knew somehow what Keiichi had done, but she let him get up and go home, and then was like, when he mentioned the bicycle or whatever, that, and then like we didn't see each other, none of us. So it was yeah. This is the morning after the stuff. That was all. I didn't go for it, nor did I ridicule it. The fact was that the boring view was the ceiling of my own room, but I didn't realize that for a fairly long time. Yes, I thought I had been dreaming, but I had actually been staring at the ceiling the whole time. Yeah, that's what I figure. Um, which is why I'm thinking that, as we know that Takano apparently is like gets burned in the oil drum, since we learned that in the little clues tips section that happened again this year, which happened the last year. And we know Jiro dies every time, and it's the same way, clawing out his own throat. So, um, and because we had learned after the events when they had done like the more that Takano was dead and had been dead for like several days, even though Keiichi had met the person that's quote Takano in quotation marks afterwards, after the supposed time of death, which makes me think there's a double, a double of Takano. Like, so like I need to get a dry erase book to just start drawing this. Okay, here's what we know. Lethargy induced by the voices of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw for the energy to sit up. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot. So hot I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats, and it felt gross. Unable to endure it any longer, I tossed in my futon, and finally, blood started coursing through my brain. I lazily crawled the long day I had yesterday. The reality as I lay there listening to the voices of the cicadas in yesterday so different from it. Barkboard and yeah, I was thinking that, did the whole conspiracy theory thing. Plot finding a board in order to kill Satoko's uncle. I had rehearsed formulating a plan and dug a hole. It was very hot and I was tired, wasn't I? When evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out. Then I waited him and swooped down. Couldn't remember anymore what sorts of emotions I'd let control my body. In any case, it didn't go smoothly, but I did it. Very hard to dig the hole for the body. That feel of the rain pelting down on me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, and the sprays of blood. The sensation of floundering in a swamp. When I met Takano on the way home, that wasn't good no matter how I interpreted it. It's the most misfortunate, uncalculated thing that had happened that night. Everything would have been perfect, only I hadn't encountered her. Right. Perfect. In quotation marks. No, it would have been perfect if you had been able to, like, get him in the hole you already had dug. You still got a shovel missing. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand through the downpour, utterly soaked. There was no way someone could surmise I was or murderer bearing a body just from that information. And I was thinking calmly, napping under the morning sun, that's what I thought. Still, the more I think about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Kano. She knew that I'd killed someone, buried them, that I'd been on my way home exhausted. Kano wouldn't get anything from selling me out to the police. But that didn't mean I could feel at ease. I should have killed her. I crossed such a bridge to get my tranquil life back, and I'd finally achieved it as a result. But now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I'd have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. The fact that I couldn't make the snap judgment I needed to, I regretted it more and more as time went on. You didn't have a choice, Keiichi. You didn't have any choice at the time. We're tired. We're a mess. Even if you had made the decision, you might not have even been able to kill her. You might have just beaten you instead. In that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. No matter how sharp Takano's intuition was, he had no proof. Her suspecting me didn't amount to evidence by itself. Logically, I know that. That doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about, does it? Worry about it when the time comes. Now isn't the time to be worrying. Time to be smiling, right? So he doesn't figure out, okay. He's not thinking about the... Jiro's bike and stuff like that. It's like, I can't tell if he figured out that something was up with her or not. Okay, anyway, continue. Accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? And you should be happy at this new morning. Remembering the past is too hard for you, and just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. You said yet so yourself. You bury it all like it never happened. But your wish came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. Be happy, Keiichi. Okay. I stuck up my hands lazily. It felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. That sigh got my lungs moving. It felt like I had been breathing until just now. Time for smile. Yes. Wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice that could have been thrown already had been, and the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost at those numbers, then I'd just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chest of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowed over my sweating body. Okay, nothing before yesterday happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. I forget all. Yesterday was all a dream. What time was it? About midday? Getting myself up and going to this school. This late seemed kind of absurd, but I needed to go. Felt like going to school would be the first step into a peaceful new life. Didn't care how late it was, I would go. I'd go to school right now and get back to the life I had been taken as soon as I could. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the futon, bounced onto my knees, then leapt upright. Nice. Stuck the landing. I stuck out my chest with pride at my gymnast-like pose, then took a deep breath of fresh air. The brisk morning air had been gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to by my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You need to tell me when you won't be home for dinner, things like that. But considering the importance of what I'd accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like the sort of thing that would happen in such a peaceful life. I listened with an irresponsible smile and stepped out into the sun high overhead. Around the time lunch break would be ending, everyone would probably be worrying about me. I didn't go to the festival, and now I wasn't at school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it, since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one from Satoko today. Yeah. A small piece of news that our uncle hadn't come home last night. Satoko would probably live her days in nervous tension for a while, thinking he might still come home. But eventually, those days would end. And finally, Satoko too would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then, Rika-chan would quietly invite her. Would say, "You can live with me again." And everything would be back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Satoko would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines, and fool everyone with those traps she was so proud of. I'd probably be her first target out of everyone, but I wouldn't be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. Satoko. She'd gradually grow back into that meddlesome personality of hers. I mean, my lack of useful life skills was already completely exposed. I wondered if I ever be a match for Satoko, but that would be such a pleasant thing to see too. With such warm, fuzzy predictions, I didn't feel bad for going late to school. In fact, I wanted to run there now to get there as soon as I could. Instead, I decided to savor the peacefulness of just going to school like normal, without running. The world I'd obtained for myself, that gave me joy just by walking like this. Yes, the world beginning on this very day was something I had won. Without that monumental feat yesterday, I would never have been able to come to school so cheerfully today. The school gate came into sight. Just then I heard the principal ringing the bell to mark the end of lunch break. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped despite myself and let myself take it in. Tap. I stopped suddenly. There was an extra footstep. The noise, the blessedness I was feeling throughout my whole body, drew into any pore it could find. As if to replace it, I felt hundreds of hairy caterpillars were climbing up my feet. I turned back, but of course, nobody was there. A single footstep could have easily been my imagination, but the footstep felt so ominous. That extra footstep I had heard after seeing Takano-san off last night. Everything that happened on the insane night, I didn't mind something like that happened once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, having just one hallucination was pretty fortunate. Those footsteps should have ended with yesterday, so if I heard them again today, it was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. It was still going. Still, insane night forever. The step I heard, that one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion the world during today was completely different from the one that ended yesterday. Or you could brush off the footstep. The one sound. It's me. Classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished inside like the tide going out. When I approached the school, it felt like the warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and it didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look into everyone's shoe boxes. Satoko Haojo, she was here. Mion was here too. Reina, of course. Even Rika-chan was here. Umida and Okamura were here. In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. There were shoes missing. They would have to have been my own. I took my shoes off and stuck them in, then took out some slippers. There wasn't a single pair left in the shoe boxes anymore. That they returned to their rightful state. As I stepped out onto the wooden floor, I noticed there was just one pair of slippers left. Whose? Satoshi Aojo. Satoshi, who had never been to school since, disappearing last year. Until now, we had committed the exact same act of violence, but I guess in the end, it went very differently. Couldn't make it to school, but here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. I wasn't about to let myself superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with them, a misfortunate bond, as someone I'd never met due to following the same fate. I headed down the hallway towards the usual classroom. Felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, you forget Keiichi? Satoshi Haojo didn't really disappear on the night of Wachanagashi, did he? Satoshi disappeared a few days later, on Satoko's birthday if I was right. I didn't know what day it was, but I couldn't say for sure if I'd avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day, still living in that night of insanity. The teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The air door clattered open, the one the teacher wouldn't use, so everyone turned at once to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them. Mornings, ladies and gentlemen. I do thank you for coming all the way out here today. Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me. Good morning, Kei-chan. Pretty energetic today. Yeah, energetic. Maybe you haven't got out the festive mood yet, huh? Hearing Mion and Reina's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I'd been having at the entrance really were. Hey now, festive mood, I wasn't the festival at all, remember? Or I could say that Rika-chan smiled at me. Ichi, did you make sure to watch my dance? Yep, you saw it just fine. Didn't you see how big an applause he gave you? Wait. Oh no. Oh no. This isn't good. And he ignored it when that blockhead Shion came up and made a pass at him. Ha ha ha. Take that, Shion. Wow, that felt good. Mion starts laughing at the memory as she slaps me a few times on the back. So how did that target practice contest turn out in the end? Umida was facing me and talking. There was nobody behind me. That meant he was talking to me. Tomitake turned up dead last. Everyone had a good time with his punishment game. Weren't you supposed to be the one in last place, Rika-chan? It was such a turnaround when you pulled off getting that chewing gum. I should have expected that from a member of my club. It was fantastic. Oh no, unnerving sound is increasing, I can hear it. Crying at a time like this is a feat only Furude would be allowed to do, said Okamura-kun, breathing heavily from his nose. In my direction. Everyone laughed. If anyone but Rika-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Rika-chan gave one of her Nipa smiles as she listened to it, in my direction. Reina too turned to me. No. Turned towards me. And then, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered to me so only I could hear. Really, thanks, Keiichi-kun. For what? That giant stuffed animal. I was really happy. It's nice and safe right at my bedside. And I made sure to give it a goodnight kiss before bed, too. Aw. The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little bit off. I wasn't quite getting it. What's this about a stuffed animal? What's this? Yup. Exactly. Come on, we all worked really hard at the festival yesterday to get it down, remember? The gigantic stuffed animal. Gigantic stuffed animal? Reina seemed to be taken aback, but when she answered, she did it with a smile. We were having a hard time knocking it over, so we tried aiming at the forehead and rapid-fire shooting and stuff. And then, Keiichi got a whole bunch of guns ready beforehand and shot them all. It was so cool how... Wait. Who was this? All the people in the neighborhood association, including the chairman, were praising you so much at the party afterwards. One of them said he'd fallen in love with your way with words. Tokuzao Kimiyoshi, the chairman of the children's committee, I think. He said he wanted me to entrust you with a few of the stalls at the next festival. Tokuzo is the chair of the refreshment booths. He's on the festival executive committee. Bara-san is great at making things sound good, isn't he? Yep, whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. Huh, can't say that. Haha. Ichi-kun, you'd be a great salesman. If you did a bargain sale on bananas or something, I bet it would be great. What have you been talking about? I mean, I didn't go to the festival in the first place. I swallowed those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamizawa, this is what had happened. Yesterday, during the Watanagashi festival, Keiichi Maibara had appeared. He had romped about with all the usual members of his club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomiyaki in his glee, rating each of them as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited. They'd seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game, and everyone went after it. Then I got a whole bunch of the court guns, firing them in rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it, and admirably, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. Then I gave the stuffed animal, proof of my victory, to Reina as a gift. Then our fun came to a close as we had to go see Eureka-chan's offertory dance. There were a ton of people squeezed in there, and we all got separated, but we each managed to get into good positions to cheer Eureka-chan on from. Then, in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her instead of watching the vacation dance, I refused. Stayed put, watching the dance until the very end. What? Who was that? Everyone's been saying it, haven't they? Keiichi Maibara. Urged to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday with Keiichi Maibara. The hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I couldn't understand. That Keiichi Maibara who wasn't me was in Hinamizawa yesterday. As I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, was busy beating Satoko's uncle to death. I was having a great time at the festival last night, but hell, I had to suffer through so much, desperately holding back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour, digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. It was this Keiichi Maibara who had ignored me so and spent such a fun, carefree time at the festival, damn it. Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line working so hard to achieve this treasure? Everyday life. There was another Keiichi Maibara besides me, and what was I? On the night of Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared, in accordance with Ishiro-sama's curse, only a demon killed someone. Dumbfounded, as I succumbed to a horrifying possibility, I looked around at my classmates. Something covering the... actually giving him an alibi. That would mean the whole class is doing it. Or they'll... There's something weirder going on. Because this happened, those events exactly as he described are basically, those would be the same, effectively what happened up until like the little Shion incident. That's what happened in the past two games every time on the night of, on in the first two chapters. So him going to the festival and then having fun is something that happens and doesn't change no matter the chapter, apparently. Even though Keiichi, was awesome. So it means he has a double too, or something. Something like a double. So something similar to like with Takano then. play shift or loop or sometime a clone. Thank you for the fluid check. I looked around at my classmates, make sure there was nobody extra I didn't recognize among them. Make sure I wasn't among them. It's a horrifying thought that the real Keiichi Maibara hadn't overslept and had come to school on time. That I was no longer Keiichi Maibara. I just waltzed in here. But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in a bathroom mirror was not here. Okay, everyone. Time to start afternoon classes. Please, take your seats. President, please lead the class. The teacher entered and everyone hurried back to their seats. Upon finding me who was so stupidly late, he gave me a stern talking to. Wasn't listening to it. Okay, at least you didn't go, but you were already here, Keiichi. Isn't our old life supposed to start today? Something wasn't right. It's just strange. I was supposed to go back to my old fun life after yesterday. I'd set foot in an incomparably mysterious world that was completely different from both my old life and my recent one. Yeah, this was without a doubt a different world, the one I'd been living in until now. There was no way such an absurd thing could be possible. But unless it was true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt isolated. I'd say these games are like are feeling like a cursed Groundhog Day. You know that movie, but the person isn't remembering it. The audience is basically, but not so much the characters in. As if it's converging or overlapping. Something along that, or whatever it is, maybe. Something along those lines, I guess. Alright, I better continue on thought. I've got some ideas, but I should hold off on them until I'm read more. Because I'm sure we're gonna end up with a whole lot of like, wait, does this mean, huh? What? When we finish the chapter after this game, or when we finish the chapter for this volume. So the little extra wrap-up party sub-chapter at the end of the blog thing or whatever, which I'm sure, I bet there must be, like in the last two. Would be much appreciated. Going like, so what happened? This sounded no different than they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry too, making me think, is the air in Hinamisawa always this uncomfortable? Hey, Reina. What is it? We're in class. About the festival yesterday. About when would you say I got there? Huh? To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards, and I gobbled down some cans of beer. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. I don't quite remember some things. For random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse. Ichi-kun, you said you couldn't come at first, didn't you? Called Mi-chan's house about it, right? That matched. I called Mion and told her to take Satoko in my place, but I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do. I decided while we were setting up for the festival that we'd invite Satoko-chan. We wanted to bring her out someplace where she couldn't see her uncle for a little while. That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her, that everyone had already decided to invite her. How many more Valiant Jumpers? Well, each volume is called a chapter, so it gets confusing. So, like, each chapter is made up of sub-chapters, actually. So as far as number of chapters / volumes, there are 8 with an extra, special one. So 9, and probably the extra special one, maybe like a shorter. So maybe more like 9.5 or something. Or, well, 8.5. So 8 proper, and then it's seeming like these are each seeming to run like close to. This one's 12. I remember looking at that last time, which is why I were pushing on through to finish this one up tonight. So this chapter, and then there's one more. And then there's like the little epilogue chapter wrap-up party thing that they've all had so far. And we all went, me, Mi-chan, and Rika-chan, to Satoko-chan's house, and brought her out. Satoko-chan's uncle seems like a really mean person. That part didn't matter. What I was trying to ask was, well, when did I meet up with you? Did you forget that? Ichi-kun, I think you shouldn't be drinking until you're an adult. Whatever, when did I meet up with you? Well... My sudden threatening demand, Rana was at a loss for words. Shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry. Was at the shrine grounds. It was unexpected. You were talking to Rika-chan, weren't you? Yep. We're having a fun talk with Rika-chan in her shrine maiden outfit. And then Reina came up and said, "How? I'm taking you home." I was talking to Rika-chan. And I asked, "Kei-chan, didn't you have something to do today?" And you pounded your chest and said it yourself, that letting loose at a festival was more important than some silly errand. Didn't say that. I never said anything like that. I never even went to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig the hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time doing it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. Pulled them out and lay in wait. Then it started raining really hard. That kind of downpour, the festival should have come to a halt. In other words, it ended then. From the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to have swung by the shrine grounds. I was already there when Mia and the others dragged Satoko out and brought her to the shrine, and I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? The teacher went out to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly. With you? Yeah. We were talking to each other before Mion and the others got there, right? When did we see each other? When and where? Don't know what you're trying to ask. I drank so much beer I lost some of my memory. I don't remember a thing. Looked like Rika-chan bought into my babbling. We saw each other when the mayor and the others came out of the assembly hall. We're in front of the ritual implement storehouse. Huh? What? The ritual implement storehouse? I'd never heard a building called that before. Or maybe I have. But at the very least, I wouldn't know where on the shrine grounds it was. The mayor got real angry at you, since you shouldn't go near holy places without authority, remember? Ichi, did you forget that too? I was too scared to ask anymore. The more I asked, the more it became clear without any doubt. Showed up in front of that storehouse. Might be a clue there. The more it became clear without any doubt that Keiichi Maibara was present at the Furude Shrine grounds during the Watanagashi festival. The clearer that became, the more doubts, no, fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Wait. I only showed up at the shrine grounds. The fact that it's at the shrine grounds that it happened. If it was outside of the shrine grounds, would there never have been a second Keiichi? I wonder. By the end we finish this entire series, there's gonna be random times I slip into Reina mannerisms or something like that. Oh. The ghost. Something close to that, maybe, I'm wondering. What if the Keiichi we're playing as isn't the real Keiichi at all? I need an Inception blaring sound. Thank you for the fluid check. Maybe this really is a demon Keiichi. I have no idea what's going. Don't worry, you're probably not that much behind us, honestly. Whoever that was, he had a good time in my place. Managed to go the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. Right. When did that person leave everyone? This morning, my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late last night. Which meant at the very least, that Keiichi Maibara hadn't come home while my mother was still awake. I bet they got split up at this. I bet that Keiichi didn't leave the shrine grounds. The festival would have been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house's storage room to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. Since it was already raining hard by then, the festival would have had to close down before 7. If I'd returned that early, I would have definitely run into my parents. Or at the very least, wouldn't have asked me when I got back last night. With the Keiichi Maibara from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened, the festival was broken up, everyone left, but he didn't go back to the house. That means... When I arrived at the natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed up to my brain. That meant Keiichi Maibara was the same as Satoshi. One day, he never went home. On the night of Watanagashi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. I was so tired I wasn't even hungry, so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Keiichi Maibara. Keiichi Maibara was me. There may have been another one, but that doesn't negate the fact that I was Keiichi Maibara. Then, that other Keiichi Maibara was what? The voices of the cicadas, steadily filling the classroom, were beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko. Satoko's expression was dark as always. She seemed completely exhausted, had a life of agony she couldn't even imagine an ending to. What had last night been for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone and feel a little happier, even for a moment? And when she went home, into her dream, she'd probably gone to sleep afraid of when her uncle would return. And then this morning, her uncle hadn't come home, and then she went to school. Right now, she must have been still trapped by the rotten idea from which she couldn't be saved, that her uncle would need her when she got back. You can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle won't ever be coming back. I couldn't tell her it was because I'd killed him. When Satoko realized on her own that her uncle would never return, then that would truly be the end of the long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's Nini. Not an atom in my body regretted it. And look, come down and think, Keiichi. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient there was another Keiichi? I buried the corpse perfectly. I would not say perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen, but if worse came to worse, and it got out, and the investigation got to me, I now had a strong alibi, able to profess the fact that I'd been at the Watanagashi festival, but accepting something so creepy, and using it as an alibi. Still, if I proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it would do no good, and a whole lot of harm. That was what left the really actually bad aftertaste. You'll forget about it, Keiichi. Everything that happened before today. But just forget about the Keiichi Maibara who was there yesterday too. Instead, watch gently over Satoko for the day her smile returns. Honestly, in his shoes, I would do the same thing. Like, just don't think about it. Accept it. Yep, I was at the festival. Everyone saw me. Right. And the day that would mark the end of that insane, all too long night. That's all for today, class. Please go straight back to your homes, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. At attention. Bow. Goodbye. Thought about many things and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. I don't know whether or not that time had been spent worrying or daydreaming, but either way it came to an end along with the class. Cheerfully, our classmates got their things and ran for the hallway. Mionrain and Rika-chan were packing up as well. What about Satoko? This whole day, she seemed deflated. Her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he'd never return. Much I want to express that fact to her. Satoko packed up her pencil box and math workbook messily, and after a dark glance at the clock, heaved a sigh, then went to leave the classroom. Then suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. What is it? I watered the plants like I was supposed to. Got all the printout done. Her words, possessed by a persecution complex, hurt. I spoke loudly so everyone could hear. Hey, everyone, why don't we have a club meeting? Why don't we have a club today? It's been a while. Satoko always had to tend to her uncle, so club has been on hiatus. In our minds, our club was proof of a calm, peaceful life. And by enjoying being together, I wanted to make Satoko realize her days of darkness were over. I'm okay. I'll do it. Meep. Well, I mean, I don't mind, if it's okay with Satoko. Under a condition that was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look. Come on, Satoko, it's been a long time. Let's go crazy. Well, I'm happy you feel that way, but... My uncle might already be home. Thus spoke her darkened eyes, her mouth unmoving. You've been choking on life every day for a while. You must be about to suffocate. I don't think you should push it right now. But don't push your luck. Say you'll walk her home. Say you'll walk with her home if you must, but, not good for your mind or body. Once in a while, you've got to have some fun. Please, leave it alone. It's not like I don't want to do club again. With one word, but... He looked down. Satoko, you know as anyone that's more fun being with everyone, right? We're friends. That means we can spend time with each other. And you had a great time at the festival yesterday with everyone, didn't you? Reina nearly said something, but she was too late. Keiichi-san, what are you saying? My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down, and she threw it off. When exactly was I playing and having fun at the festival? The only one having fun was you, Keiichi-san. Huh? I looked over to Mion for help, but now everyone was looking down. My instincts told me that Satoko hadn't gone to the festival. But Reina said it herself, that she went with Mion to Satoko's house to invite her. Satoko-chan left on the way there. She didn't go to the shrine. Why? Okay, she didn't go. Okay. I'm noting that mentally. I realized the absurdity of what I just said with Satoko in front of me. She said her uncle was waiting at home, and she couldn't have fun by herself. When we were in front of the shrine, we tried to stop her too. We told her uncle said it was okay, that he wouldn't get mad if she had a good time. At some point, tears had begun welling up in Satoko's eyes. Satoko was so afraid of her uncle that she couldn't even allow herself time with her friends and went home. No, she was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with their friends. Ichi-san, you must have it nice. Having a blast at the festival all night. They told me you went all out, didn't you? Very envious. Smiling to herself, her tears began to fall. I must provide for my uncle. Completely different from you, with how you let your parents do everything. Satoko. So glad you enjoyed yourself at the festival. So glad you had enough fun for me, too. I mean, want to participate in the club, too. Making such a racket with everybody is so much fun. But right now, I can't. Unable to withstand such violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheek. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say that it was hard for her. It was a sad, obstinate bravery. But the days when Satoko had to feel like that were over. Satoko didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now and smile. So frustrated not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something I'm not sure I should have said, or I thought twice about it. Yep, he's gonna say something dumb, isn't he? I had a feeling he didn't come home, did he? The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I didn't know if Satoko understood them. Didn't come home? Who? He didn't come home last night, did he? Your uncle. What are you talking about, Keiichi-san? Satoko shouted with all her might. When has he not been there? When? Calm down. I mean, he didn't come home yesterday, did he? I don't understand what you're trying to say, Keiichi-san. Satoko, what are you talking about? I mean, that man, I killed him. Killed him yesterday. Killed him for sure. And I buried him. Buried him whole. He could never return to his house. Wait. Yesterday, he was torturing me so much. He yelled at me. He shouted at me. And fought with everything I did. After the dinner, I made him on the floor. Dumped his bowl of miso soup on me, too. It was hot. It was messy. I cleaned all of it up. I cleaned. All of it. What? Our stories weren't matching up. Night? This morning when he woke to make him breakfast, he got so mad at me. Would have gotten mad at me whether I'd gotten up or not. Oh. Oh shit. Toko. We're gonna have a scene where we're going back to where digging up to see if there's a body there, aren't we? How many doubles does this town have? I'll just move from dimension where I killed him. Rika-chan went over to Satoko and said a few words of consolation, but Satoko angrily refused those words and thrust Rika-chan away. Nini, come back. Crying, Satoko slowly walked out into the hallway. After a moment, Rika-chan went after her. Couldn't stop thinking about the words Satoko had spoken while crying. I buried her uncle last night, but she said this morning. That was impossible. I buried him last night, though she couldn't have seen her uncle this morning. It was Satoko. At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice. Hey, Kei-chan, what did you mean about Satoko's uncle? Gulp. I said too much. I let my emotions get the better of me. Reina heard it too, that Satoko-chan's uncle didn't come home. Why? Why didn't he come home? That's strange. Satoko-chan's uncle was right there this morning, wasn't he? So, why would you say he didn't come back? Come back. Hey, Chan, you've been saying weird things for a while. Suddenly, Mion and Reina started to speak in strange and creepy voices. What were they doing? What were they saying? Hey, Chan, is it somehow inconvenient for you for Satoko's uncle to be around? What are you talking about? Of course it would be better if Satoko's uncle wasn't here. Yep, that's true, of course. Only you weren't here, right? Haha. Oh. Oh no. Bad faces are back. Something wasn't right. The next thing I knew, Mion and Reina were smiling thinly, and their eyes were dark and muddy in a way that I'd never seen before. And as our eyes met, that mud even seemed to fill the air. Satoko's uncle is an awful person, no doubt. I think we all be better if them gone just as much as you do. But he's here. There's nothing we can do, right? Nothing we can do? Something's wrong. Something's clearly wrong here. The way they're talking feels really targeted, too. The hell was happening? After a moment, a chilly liquid-like feeling as though my blood had been mixed with sherbet crawled up my spine. Sherbet. Bloody spine sherbet. Coppery. No choice. I mean, of course there isn't, but then Satoko will never... There's no choice. What would you do? Reina was trying to prompt me to say more. There really was no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Satoko. I feel like you should check to Satoshi's locker to see if the baseball bat is there. As if there's another baseball bat. That's... leave him alone. I think things will resolve themselves soon enough. Totoko-chan said our uncle was here, so he's here. He was here yesterday, and he's here today. He said, so it's fine, right? Right? Mion and Reina were speaking unbelievably dismissively. They talking like that? Mion and Reina, they were my friends and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse, weren't they? They would never blurt out something like this. I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Satoko or anyone else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it because him being alive was impossible. There's no way he was alive. It's impossible. Yet, since Satoko herself said he was here, then he was alive. I didn't know why or how, but suddenly, Mion and Reina were at my sides, standing there silently. Let's go home, Kei-chan. After we leave, Reina wants to go treasure hunting for the first time in a while. Chan is coming too. Kei-chan, you should come along. Of course, you're not allowed to refuse. If words could freeze blood, then there was no doubt they would have frozen me solid. I could hear it, a layer of thin ice, sound of all my muscles tensing. Them closely at my sides, we left the school as if they were police officers taking me away. Coming to take me away, haha, they're coming to take me away. The funny farm with the men in their nice white coats. They're coming to take me away, haha. They talked about silly things the entire way home like they always did, but they always stood at my sides as if to prevent me from escaping. This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Thinking back, been strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. That insane night was still continuing. It still hadn't ended. What? What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why did you suddenly stop? Sorry, it's nothing. When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. An extra set of footsteps. That was proof. Proof that insane night hadn't ended. Mion left where she usually did, and finally we came to my house. Wait. Okay, we know that there's a second Mion in the form of Shion. But this makes me wonder about somehow a second Reina too? There's a second, because apparently there's a second Keiichi of some sort? Maybe there's a second Reina too? Because there was some of the weird stuff in the first chapter that made me... That almost kind of made it seem like there was two Reinas, like in some actions and stuff like that, that maybe gave off that more kind of impression. So I don't... Does everybody... Oh, okay. Does everyone in this town have a double, seriously? Maybe there's a double of Ibizawa. Oh, okay, very continue. That could just keep me awake at night. Tonight. Hey, Keiichi-kun, wait here for me. Reina will come to pick you up soon. What was it? She was inviting me along on one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts. The dam site, right? But why now? Mion coming along was strange too. Mion may have accepted Reina's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage. He'd never come with her before. There are fish double. That's not for you to know. What? Huh? Who was that? And then the location, specifically being the dam site, was a little creepy. The dam construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one ever were there unless they thought to be in particular. Nobody lived there, and there were no lights, so at night it got dark very quickly. I was being forcibly invited there. There was no reason I had to fear Reina and Mion. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I'd make by refusing them be a pain to deal with? In that way, it didn't seem like going treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. But that insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now? Warning that Reina and Mion were strange. That I needed to be cautious. The warning signs were so freaking loud it felt like my head would split in two. And the wailing warning sounds were like this. Yep. I mean, that's a pretty good warning sound. You're about to reach for something you shouldn't, like, reach for, that's, like, dangerous or something, and you heard that sound, you'd be like, what, huh? You wouldn't touch it, would you? So it's a good warning sound. You're like, uh. Some kid is about to grab a hot stove. Before they do, there's that sound. Ugh. Tell me it wouldn't stop someone. Tell me. What? It would be effective. Reina, I actually have something to do. Something to do? Like what? I got an uncle to kill again. Like, what? It's just, I have something to do, okay? Got something to do? Why didn't you say it while Michan was here? I told her to meet up at the dam site before we split up. Reina was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear. Sorry. I just kind of missed the opportunity to say so. Really? You're lying, aren't you? Just made that up now, you liar. That's what Reina's eyes said to me. My head hurts. I might have a cold. Just gonna yell liar again and she's like, I'm to go get it checked out and get some medicine. Really? Isn't really a lie. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. Reina, couldn't figure out if my head hurt or not just by looking at it. Then, I guess that's that. After staring in me eyes for a few minutes, she fired a sharp, needle-like stare at me. The tension in my blood loosened, and I felt like my knees might buckle. If you're going to the clinic, then you should go soon. Sometimes they close early. Thanks. I'll do that. Make sure you go, okay? To the hospital. I will. Go, for real. I will. It seemed like Reina had realized that I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. How serious she looks. She might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. Didn't say anything careless. Lying about getting checked out was just an excuse to decline her request in the first place. Didn't matter whether I actually went. Yeah, I'll go. If you want, I can bring you the bill tomorrow. Oh, that would be good. You're to bring it, okay? Reina will look at it then. Uh, uh, um, Uh, uh, oh, this.
No, 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 no!
Another tingle started crawling up my back. You know, there was a movie starring Vincent Price that was called The Tingler? Like, was made in the 60s or 50s. Anyway, there was no ignoring it. Brianna and Mion must have been monitoring my movements. It wasn't normal. Far from it. All of it was insane. I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back. What on earth was all this? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of order. With the other Keiichi Maibara. Those creepy footsteps I've been hearing. With Reina and Mion acting so curious. And above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamizawa Shishibone? I knew that much. Is this really the Hinamizawa I knew? Keiichi, where is this? I asked, slipping around before the front door to face the one who has been following in my wake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Keiichi, huh? What I just called him. Called the one who had been trailing behind me this whole time. Shadowy presence always clinging to me, like it was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Footsteps always followed me. Following me was another impossibility. It couldn't have been a ghost. That was just impossible. So the strangeness must have been my ears, my head, or Hinamizawa. Everything I could see was the exact Hinamizawa I knew so well, and that gave me the creeps. 'Cause I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Eventually, I decided to actually go to the clinic. I really didn't want to go outside, but a stronger feeling than that desire was the fear Reina might actually be keeping an eye on me to see if I went to the hospital. But before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. I pretended I'd forgotten something. Was going back to the classroom to pick it up. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. He's gonna check the bat, isn't he? I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much, having to be so careful to fake it, and the bat's gonna be there. After carefully verifying once more that nobody was watching, I went over to the doctor. I do it! I do it! I do it! Also, should I be scared that he had that he eventually thought of that, but I was like going, I would check over the bat to see if the bat was there. Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat I found in this locker, Satoshi's bat. Then, I had thrown the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat shouldn't have been inside. But what if that was still in here? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea. But if it was true, it would explain a lot. Bat was in here. Yesterday's events would have all been a delusion. No, an illusion. I hadn't killed anyone, and I'd gone to the festival. I had a great time rampaging about with everyone. It would prove that Keiichi Maibara was really me. Proof that I was under some strange assumption that I had killed Satoko's uncle. Proof that it had all been a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I'd just gone mad, unable to separate my shocking uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, Nothing will have changed. It was here. Just mean I'd gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. Alright. 30 seconds on the clock. Do we want to say if there's a bat there or not? I don't think there's a bat there. Who thinks there's a bat there? Who thinks there's not the bat is not going to be there? I just... He's not gonna find the bat, and then we're gonna, like, go, and then he's gonna, like, try to... the spot where he thought he buried the body, and then, like, to check to see if there's a body there. I think that's what's gonna go down. It's an animal bat, it attacks. Alright, let's see. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. Just like the first time, the choking scent of smell and sweat, like a stale towel, blowing out. There was a baseball uniform, and some miscellaneous other things like notebooks. There was also a shoe pouch, and as for the bat, it wasn't here. Oh. Okay, I was wrong. Okay. I feel still like I still feel like he might go and try to, like, sounding noise. Yeah, it did sound like that, didn't it? It reminded me. Yeah. Took me a second, but I was like, well, wait. Oh, yeah, it sounds sound effect. He's gonna go check to see what was buried. Cause he smacks something, because the bat's gone. Was how I left it when I took the bat out. There was no doubt. Yesterday really happened. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved. But at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was. That was evidence of a reality I found just as difficult to accept. There was noise, somehow creeping into everything I saw, and the world was losing a tiny bit of color. What did I know about last night now? Now that I made sure the bat wasn't there, didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? Bail to the hospital? Should I stay or should I go now? It wasn't my first time going to the hospital. Apart from what I'd heard, it wasn't far from the school. My mom told me where it was. A big easy-to-see road went straight there. I went past the shopping street, made a turn. It wasn't overly hard to spot the sign with Irie Clinic written on it. There was one other person, an older man there in the air-conditioned waiting room. I went up to the counter and told him it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock and said there would be a short wait. Almost 5. Clinic hours would be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, isolated from everyone, and let myself feel the cool air, I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? I could tell him I had a cold. I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not. Keiichi Maibara-san? Please come into the examination room. Huh? The voice from the other side of the examination curtain. I thought I'd heard it somewhere before. Hello. This is the first time we've seen each other here. Coach! Coach, You were a doctor? Now that you mention it, he did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. It would make sense if he was actually a doctor. Now to think of it, our teacher called him Iria-sensei, didn't she? Well, yes. I'm more or less a doctor here. Doctors have it really good, you know. Get to see and touch all that young, silky smooth skin. I could inject them with a weird chemical that make them my slaves and have them be my personal maids. Thank you very much. Just seeing that made my cold go away. I'll be leaving now. Light bow. Whoa, wait. My Bara-san? A joke. It was a joke. Come, sit down and let me take a look at you. I'll need to use my stethoscope, so show me your silky smooth chest, my Bara-san. For some reason, I felt really relieved. After that insane night, as much as I thought everything had gone crazy, Coach was here doing the same thing he always did. Very happy for that. Don't seem to have a cold. Actually, those scrapes and cuts all over you seem to be the painful thing. Don't tell me you were playing in the bushes with short sleeves and shorts. I mean, I can't for sure you haven't been infected with tetanus. I was chasing that man last night. I'd kept being scraped by bits of trees. Didn't realize I had so many cuts. Welcome back, Avian. Went a little too crazy at the festival yesterday. Enjoy that while you're young. And thank you for the fluid check. And once again, I apparently went to the festival. Coach, did you go too? To the festival? Yes, of course I did. I may be a doctor, but I'm also on the Watanagashi Executive Committee. You see me there? This coach was the same coach that I'd always known, and I felt like I could trust him more than my weird friend, so I asked. Well, actually, I was drinking in the main tent with the chairman and the others the whole time. I didn't go out to see the festival at all. Don't think I saw you. Oh. That was a strange question. Do you have too much to drink and forget about what happened last night? An underage too. You bad child. Coach let out a laugh. He didn't laugh at it in an unnatural way like Mion and Reina did. Coach was okay. He was the coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from this abnormal world. Well, this all might seem a little weird to you, but I want you to hear me out without laughing. Yes, go ahead. I greatly welcome any shy, bashful worries you might have as you come into your secondary sex characteristics. What the hell, game? Can't go throw away all the murder stuff, and then there's the weird stuff, and then just throw that at me, okay? You can't stop giving me whiplash. Could it be possible that I have an identical twin? Coach hadn't expected that question at all, and couldn't say anything for a moment. But then he smiled calmly and quietly answered. This is just a superstition, but I heard before that everyone has two other people in the world who look just like them. If there was, I'd certainly like to meet him, though. Also, there are plenty of fairy tales where a person's double appears. The German ones about doppelgangers are probably the most famous. Doppelgangers? Yes, they look exactly like another person. Apparently they herald misfortune, and if you meet one, you're sure to die soon. I think that's how it went. When you meet them, you're sure to die soon. The story ended directly in death, plain and simple, and it made my spine tingle. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me, though he was just offering a casual anecdote. That made it feel all the more real. Have you ever heard of one of those things showing up in Hinamizawa? What? Well, I can't say that I have. Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed in an exaggerated way. But when I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter. I'm sorry. Oh, I was sort of being serious. No, I apologize for laughing. Was there something you were worried about? I wondered if I should tell him. Then after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke. I didn't go to the festival yesterday. That right? Well, there will be one next year, and then you can... That's not what I meant. I didn't go to the festival, but according to everyone else, I was there. That possible? After blinking his eyes in amazement, Poach thought seriously about what I was trying to say, and he answered, choosing his words carefully. Let me make sure I have this straight. My Barakun, you went to the Watanagashi festival, but don't remember it, am I right? I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to that conclusion. At night, Keiichi Mabara was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there had failed me. But that was absolutely impossible. That vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't possibly have been an illusion. All these scrapes on my body prove it, as does the fact the bat wasn't in the locker. No, that's not it, Coach. I really didn't go to the festival. Please, don't take offense, my Bara-san. You ever had an experience where you were suddenly somewhere unfamiliar and you couldn't remember why? No, and I didn't lose my memories or anything, because while the festival's going on, I was definitely doing something else. It wasn't like I was asleep and unconscious or anything. You're certain you were doing something else? I know I'm being awfully rude, but are you sure you're not mistaken? I know I'm not. My memories are clear as day and they were real. During the festival, you weren't at the shrine, and you were doing something somewhere else. Can you definitely prove that? You could just mention like the scar, your cuts and stuff like that. Like, I got them. So I got that's when you just say, I embarrassingly got a bit lost. You know, I'm new to the town. I got turned around. I thought I saw a cool animal or something in the woods, and I went to go check it out. And then I got turned around, and I panicked and wandered around for a bit. That's when I got the cuts. And then I eventually made my way out. I let a bike ride into the forest. Thought I saw Bigfoot. I wanted to check it out. Yeah. That's right. Thinking it through brought me to this. There was only one way to prove that I wasn't at the festival yesterday. That was to show that there was no doubt I had killed her uncle. Coach saw me struggling to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. Yes, they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just a weirdo sputtering nonsense. You like to lay down. Maybe you should relax and take it easy for a bit. Sorry, I didn't really come here to lay down. Seem to be a little worked up. Why don't I give you a sedative that'll let you sleep for a bit? That way, I'm not being strange. Coach seemed to realize he was treating me like a deviant, and he raised his voice. I apologize if I've offended you. So please, calm down. I definitely didn't go to the festival. That's the truth. I understand, so please calm down. Take a deep breath. No, you don't understand at all. Coach was stared in stupefaction. I do understand, my Bara-san. You didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? I believe you. Believe you. Coach jotted down a brief note in his records. He was writing it in German, so that his patient wouldn't know what it said. But I could make a good guess as to what he wrote. You won't believe me until I tell you everything I was doing at the time, will you? No, I believe you. Please, sit down. Before I sat, I tilted my head back a little. The blood in my face all drained out. I quieted down. After taking a deep breath, I made sure that I was calm now. It would have been impossible for me to be at the festival, as at the time I was... Did I tell him or not? Really didn't want to go on living like this, feeling this horrible. And I said them, the final fatal words. Because I was killing Satoko's uncle at the time. I could smell the concrete in the room. I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us time hadn't stopped. His mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a little while. You killed Satoko-chan's uncle. Yeah, it's fine now, Keiichi. Don't hesitate. Minute. With all your strength. Yes, last night I did it. Killed him. I spoke clearly and fluidly. I could easily tell that Coach's mind had gone completely blank. Why would you know? That's a foolish question. I believed it was the most direct method of saving Satoko, so I carried it out. I don't have any regrets. I see. Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit. Though I couldn't have been at the festival. I left the brightness of my house for the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes, made phone calls. I had my hands full. And then I attacked him, killed him, and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to the rain. There were no gaps in my memories. In the late afternoon until it started to rain, there was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival. And those wounds, are they from that? Yes. There's a road through the forest near Satoko's house. I attacked him there. He ran, but I chased him and finally killed him near the road that leads to town. Is that true? Killing her uncle wasn't some wild fantasy. I could tell that Coach didn't believe me. I spoke slowly, not letting myself grow excited. It's true. I killed him with Satoshi's bat. I threw it and the uncle's motorbike into the swamp. I dug a hole, killed him, and buried him. I did it all by myself. Satoko-chan's uncle drove past you on a motorbike, did he? Then you predicted he'd do that and just waited? I assumed he wouldn't be leaving his house that day, so I lied him over the phone to get him out. Called him. But your house is so far away from Satoko-chan's. Wouldn't think you'd be able to make it there so soon after calling him. I used a phone closer to where I was going to attack him, the one at the school. But Maibara-san, it was Sunday. Wouldn't the school have been locked up? A forest ranger happened to go inside for a bit. I slipped in when I had the chance. After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account. I'll believe you. What you did yesterday doesn't seem like a dream. I explained everything, including minor details that only someone who had actually committed the act could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient coincidence or too convenient details that would have existed in a daydream or a delusion, and finally seemed to want to believe me. So do you still think I went to the festival and lost my memory? Coach slowly shook his head. Everyone in class, they said I was at the festival yesterday. Is that even possible? No, it's not. Your classmates probably mistook you for someone who looked very similar. Then, given how group psychology works, everyone just assumed that you had been at the festival. Couldn't have mistaken me. Me and all of the rest said they were spending time with Keiichi Maibara. It was much more than just having mistaken someone else for me. But saying that out loud would just confuse Coach. He spoke to me in whispered tones. Do you feel guilty at all? It didn't sound like he was criticizing me. And even if he had, I would have flatly said the same thing. I don't. I did it so that I could return the peaceful days that he'd stolen from us. So I planned to forget all about having killed him and live my life as usual. When Satoko's regular smile returns, the one from before he showed up, everything will finally be over. Any chance that someone witnessed the crime? I don't think so. If someone had seen me, I would have been arrested already. I am a doctor. My job is to save lives. So I cannot make any statements to the effect of condoning the taking of another's life. So instead, I will say this. Coach slowly rose and placed a hand on my shoulder. For saving Satoko-chan, I thank you. Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears. When I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. I didn't know what I was crying for. And so for a little while, the two men in the room fought back their tears. But it's strange. I'm sure I killed him, and yet he seems to have returned home alive. Coach's expression immediately sharpened. Depending on his situation, there are many ways that mere unconsciousness can look like real death to a layperson. Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out? I didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in. Can I ask you to reproduce the situation in which you attacked him, Maibara-san? Coach rolled up a Health and Fitness Week poster nearby and offered me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost to the emotions of a beast that night, I remembered in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angles I swung from, and the force I applied. Using a coach as a stand-in for the uncle, I reproduced them over one by one. And when he tripped and fell, I bashed him in the top of his head like this. When I did it, it felt different from the other strikes. I thought I'd cracked his skull. Coach was calmly analyzing this information, using the places I'd struck and the situation at hand to find out what state the uncle's body had been in. Wasn't totally sure he was dead, so I hit him a few more times after he fell. Did he react at all? At first, I sort of felt his body jolting with every hit, but eventually that stopped too. He didn't react at all. Polch folded his arm and said a few times. And then he spoke. He's dead. There's not much doubt about it. He didn't just look like he was. I can't say I found much from your story, Maibara-san, but I think it's almost certain. Besides, you buried the corpse in the mud, and that took quite a bit of time, right? Let's say it took you 30 minutes. That would mean he was buried under the muddy water for those 30 minutes. You don't breathe for that long. Your brain will die no matter what. You mean, even ignoring how hard I hit him, he would definitely have died while I was burying him. That's right. It's impossible to stay alive buried underground for 30 minutes. Possible. You're right. But Kokoshi says he's alive. I'm tempted to Google. I'm tempted to Google how long someone has gone without breathing, but somehow I think some random drunken douchebag probably is not like some. Even if there's someone that has managed to do something crazy like that, it wouldn't. It would need to do like Goku level training. Four to 6 minutes without oxygen until death. I thought there's been people that have been able to like free dive for longer than that. Okay, now I'm seriously curious. Okay, I have to look up what's the record. Okay. Let's see. Guinness World Records, 56-year-old freediver holds minutes for almost 25 seconds. Okay, so it's the longest time breath held voluntarily male is 24 minutes, 37.36 seconds, achieved by Budimir Sobat, Croatia, in Sisak, Croatia on the 27th of March, 2021. So, and apparently there's other stuff. So, but yeah, that's still not 30 minutes. Either way, it's not 30 minutes. I think it's, yeah. Yeah, I've heard, because, like, freedivers can do, like, stupid long or whatever, so I figured it was about how long you can go without food, water, or air. Because I think it's, like, if you were, like, unconscious without oxygen, I imagine is different than, is physiologically different than someone holding their breath. Because I know what you're saying, it's like the brain, how long the brain can go without oxygen. Like, and it has that specific, like, time frame or whatever, well. Unconscious keeps a normal rhythm, usually. Yeah, I guess, like... Yeah, I guess holding your breath is, like, different than the other. Yeah, that's probably it, I would think. The brain's not really... One's you're holding in oxygen and just trying to use it as much as possible. And then the other is just... Yeah. Possible, you're right, but Satoko, she says he's alive. Coach, a doctor, just gave his stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he could still be among the living. My Bara-san, this is a really horrible idea, but... Is it possible that the person you killed wasn't actually her uncle? Thought about that, wondering... That's right, that could be why. It cleared up the inconsistency of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive. There's no way. We were both at Satoko's house when he was bringing his alcohol inside, and there was a man who stuck his face out the window to look. It's him, right? That was Satoko's uncle, right? Yes. No, not wrong. It was that man. Does she have more than one uncle or not, or something? Not one that I've ever heard of. It's just him. You tell me what he looked like? Well, his height first. It was about 175 centimeters, maybe a little taller. In order to eliminate the worst possibility that I'd killed someone else, Poach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like with what I told him the person I killed looked like. But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were exactly the same as the person I'd killed. Those traits were all extremely vague. They weren't particularly distinct at a glance. Well, is there anything else about him that would let us identify him for sure? Now that you mention it, I've never seen it, but... I believe Satoko-chan once said a long time ago that he had a tattoo of a tiger or something on his back. Tattoo was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of this man's corpse, it would be proof I'd killed the right one. Damn it, though, there was only one other thing that would verify this. Oh, we digging up a body. I knew it. To go to Satoko's house and see for myself. The uncle that had returned home, despite all, we're not digging up a body, okay. Despite having died. But that was far more terrifying than digging up the body and looking at its back. Without even looking at the tattoo, I knew for sure the one I'd killed had been Satoko's uncle. I cracked his head open and killed him, and yet he'd gone back home. There wasn't any misunderstanding, or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind about having killed him. And yet, it was impossible for him to exist. Kinda like how Keiichi Maibara had been at the festival, despite it being impossible. That small commonality made me feel as though a faint but bizarre force was permeating this insane Hinamizawa. I wonder, Earth could have happened. Despite you not going to the festival and killing Satoko-chan's uncle, you were at the festival, and the uncle you killed is alive. None of this makes any sense. When I look at everything that way, it's almost like I'm just having a nightmare. There's no killer at all. But it's the truth. The sensation as I used my own hands, that bat to bash him in again and again. It's no illusion or dream. Coach let out a slow sigh, then after looking at the clock, got up. Let's go over this a little more seriously. If you'll excuse me, I'll go put on some tea. Clinic's about to close after all. I need to let the other employees leave. Coach stood up and went out into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. I was at the festival, and the uncle I'd killed was alive. Really committed murder yesterday? The only whisper of a fact that proved it happened was the absence of that bat from Satoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad that Coach had taken my nonsense seriously. Just confessed to murder. Normally that would frighten a person away. But Coach didn't run. He cried with me. I was glad he did. Like so, my tension smoothly melted away, and I suddenly realized I really had to urinate. Coach is going to call call someone, isn't he? I thought to use the restroom while Coach had stepped out. There was one across from the waiting room. As soon as I left the room, I saw Coach and 2 male doctors wearing white clothes standing in the shadows of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened in. It seemed like Coach was giving directions to the 2 doctors. Black tea? I'll make some. Mix in emobarbital or ravenol. Cover the taste with milk and sugar. He may grow suspicious at the sudden onset of drowsiness. It's possible he may get agitated and become violent. You'll handle that. How many male staff are still here? 1 mountain dog, including us 3. What was all this? I think I was already agitated despite what Coach said. Was that it? Was it just casual conversation? It was only sounding unbelievable to me. Coach said he would bring some black tea and left the room. And then in the shadows, he was telling his subordinates to put some kind of sleeping powder in the tea. Plus, they were getting extra help, in case I thought the sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. Wait, Keiichi. Calm down. There's no way something this stupid could be happening. I mean, he was genuinely listening to my story and even cried with me. Cry doesn't mean he's not going to call the cops on you. I thought he was the one person in Himizawa who would understand. This was... There are signs of fabrications or falsehoods, and his memories of yesterday in particular are completely confused. He can no longer tell the truth from falsehood. Quite similar to multiple personality disorder. But as for how quickly this mental disorder emerged, it's just not normal. Maybe it's inborn, or perhaps there are signs of it before he moved here. I'd like to take a look at any records of him staying at a mental hospital before he moved here. In any case, I want him to take a quiet nap. The two doctors nodded deeply. Okay, although maybe he's having a AK. I should probably contact my Barakun's parents too, though I can't think of what to tell them. Please, find his home phone number for me. My eyes, still moist, began to shed tears once more. This was too cruel. I really thought he had actually understood and had believed what I told him. But now, from the other side of that wall, he was bluntly treating me like a crazy person. Believed you. I believed you. I let down my guard because I thought you were the only ally I had left after the insane night. Was that a lie? All that about thanking me on Satoko's behalf. You just pretending in order to keep me placated? My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot. It's an idiot. I'm such an idiot for believing that bastard. I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up. Dr. Irie, it's terrible. They found Takano-san. Takano-san? Wait, where? Well, apparently they discovered her burned corpse in the mountains in Gifu. Okay, it was Takano. She's dead? Takano-san. The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead? Takano-san? Hey, wait, so does that mean when I cursed her, wishing for her death, that wish was granted? What do you mean, burned corpse? Was it an accident? According to the Gifu police's statement, the possibility extremely high that she was murdered. I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right. Serves you right. If I hadn't run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. She just had to come driving up to me and tried to coerce me like that. I regretted not having killed her on the spot. Now she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right. Serves you right. But Risa-san died and Takano-san died. What on earth could be happening in Hinamizawa? Don't tell me. This was all Oyashiro-sama's curse for this year. Akela let the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just nodded at Coach's curse at no one particular. Maybe it wasn't Oyashiro-sama, but this was definitely a spell or curse. I wished for her to die. She did. This wasn't just a coincidence, and she died because I wished for it. Wait, hold up. I didn't say Risa. What? Wait, who did he say also died? Risa? I don't recall a Risa. Is there a typo and it's supposed to be Rika? No, he wouldn't have said San. I don't think so. We know Jiro's dead. Who the frick? You'll die next, Coach. You betrayed me. You pretended to believe me, but deep down you thought I was a madman. You looked down on me with all that pity in your eyes. For now, get the black tea ready. I'll bring it inside. I don't think he'd let anyone besides me be alone with him. Shit. What do I do, Keiichi? This time I heard the voice of a nurse. Dr. Irie. Oh, there you are. You have a phone call. I'm a little busy at the moment, so please tell them I'll call back. Who is it from? Mr. Oishi from the Okinomiya Police Department. Ah, jeez, what bad timing. Alright, I'll answer it. Coach left to go answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with the teapot to make the black tea like Coach had ordered them to. Fortunately, Coach, having to take that phone call, meant there would be extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me drink the sedative-infused tea, or be held down and thrown into a mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting a brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all bigger than me. It came to a fight. I didn't stand a chance in hell. If I couldn't win against them, then there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline suddenly rushed into my brain, and my body started to move with keen instinct like it had on that night. My surface temperature quickly cooled, and the transmission routes between my cells enlarged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape route. I would open the window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond there was the bicycle I had taken to get here. I determined that this would be the quickest method of escape. I approached the window swiftly, but with little sound to raise as little suspicion as I could. The speed and silence of a shadow, like I'd had on that night I chased her uncle. I unlocked the window and opened it up. Cool evening breeze wafted in. I stuck my head out and looked over the parking lot again. Nobody in sight. No need to hesitate. I quietly crawled outside and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. Nobody seemed to have realized I'd run. Looked around. Then I jumped onto my bicycle and zoomed away. The pedals clattered under the force. My bike always creaked like this? Did the pedals always whine every time I pushed down on them? My bike wasn't the only one crying, though. My tears fell as the wind cut through them. They rode the breeze and scattered behind me. I hate this. I'm not the crazy one Hinamizawa is. Dare you treat me like I'm a madman? Die. Die. Just fucking die already. Believed you. I believed you. Ugh. I'd gone to the hospital in order to escape Reina and Mion's invitation, but the reality that was waiting for me had been too cruel. Who was insane? Me or Hinamizawa? Was the answer something else? I started having trouble breathing. I didn't have any clue what was happening anymore. The loud chirps of the Higurashi were irritating me. Were even the Hinamizawa Higurashi I knew so well calling in the wind? Oh, that wasn't quite it. They weren't calling. Were crying. The pained wailing of those lost in some kind of rhythm, in another world, no longer able to return to their own sunlight. I didn't do all that to end up in a world like that. And actually, at about this time, I might have been having fun with everyone else. Satoko would have gotten her smile back after realizing her uncle wouldn't ever come home, and she might have shown it to us at our first club meeting in a while. That was the kind of world I wished for. So what was this? Why did I end up in such a strange, ghastly world? Someone I'd killed was living like normal. I had enjoyed myself at the festival despite not being there. I don't want it. I don't want this strange world. When did it start to go wrong? When? No matter how much I thought about it, I never understood. I rode swiftly and returned to my home. I'd begun to rain during my journey back. Just like yesterday, I was now soaked. But I didn't care about something so trivial right now. The pain in my felt in my heart that Coach, the one person I trust, was acting so cruelly, was far worse. Did I have no eyes in Hinamizawa anymore? With the naive thought that I at least wanted my parents to side with me, I stepped up to the front door. Wait, Keiichi. It'll be dark soon. There's something you want to check, right? Yes. I wanted to get up the man's corpse and get a look at his back. If there was a tiger tattoo there, I would know beyond a doubt he was Satoko's uncle. That long night wouldn't end till I was certain. If this insane world was all reparation, all a divine punishment, then I needed to make certain where I had been successful enough to even deserve to pay that price. I went to the storage room again and got the shovel. It had been washed in the rain, but the paint was peeling, making it look unsightly. I never ever wanted to touch this thing again. The sensation of it in my hands was totally different from the night before. There was a ruthless coldness about it. Yeah, it would be dark soon, so I'd need the lantern too. There would be a little bit of light from the streetlights, but it would get extremely dark. I thought I put the lantern here, but I suddenly noticed it wasn't anywhere to be found. Then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Of course. On that night, I hadn't brought the lantern back with me. I left it at a place I buried the body. If I didn't go to get it soon, it would be very dark. And then, not only would I be unable to find the spot I buried the corpse, but I wouldn't even be able to find the lantern itself. If that happened, it was all over. I need to hurry. In order to fit the shovel in the basket on the front of my bike, I'd need to twist it and disassemble it. But it looked like there was dirt in the joints, and no matter how hard I pushed it, it didn't want to come apart. After a strenuous effort, I realized I couldn't get it apart, so I decided to hold it in one hand and ride my bike with the other. With the downpour soaking me through, and the shovel in one hand, and riding one-handed, as if I'd returned to that night. No, return was the wrong word. It was more like that night had never ended. The pain of the raindrops striking me were no different from then. The thing that was different was Hinamizawa, the world and nothing else. The rain clouds were already making it dark, and now was about time for the sun to set. I could tell it would only get rapidly darker. The straight road leading to town, in the middle of it. That should be where I buried it. Yeah, it was near that street light. That night, too, the water from the downpour was splashing down from the streetlights, overhang like a waterfall. The pouring rain was exactly the same as it had been that night, and thus it brought my memories into focus. I left my bike in the brush and stepped into the forest, the ground already soaked with mud. Where had I buried him? Think. The darkness, shadows, the water, the mud. Everything was the same. Think. Then I spotted the lantern by a fallen, moss-covered tree. That's right. I left it right there. I left the lantern here, then I would have buried him over here. But the sensation of standing in the sludge, my feet remembered the spot better than my eyes did. I plunged my shovel into the ground. It's hard. It wasn't here. I just dug it up so it should have been softer. I stick my shovel down in a few spots to test what they feel like. One of them clearly felt deeper. I recalled where the lantern was, where the trees and things were in relation to each other, and knew that it had to be here. Under here slept that man's corpse. There would definitely be the tattoo of a tiger on his back. But if it wasn't there, then I had made a horrible mistake. Killed someone completely unrelated instead. I'd be more dazed at the fact that Satoko's uncle wasn't dead than I would regret having gotten someone else mixed up in this. If this insane world was punishment for the sin of committing murder, I wouldn't be able to accept it till I'd killed Satoko's uncle for good. And then, without any fear, I'd attack him again. And that time I would kill him for sure. But if the tattoo was there, that would mean I'd killed Satoko's uncle. That would be terribly strange. If I killed him for sure, then who was the uncle at Satoko's house this very moment? Possible. I didn't even know anymore what I was using the word impossible to refer to. I've used the word quite a few times today. I had to make the words impossible fit just one thing. What would it be? That much was obvious to me. It would be impossible for this crazy world to be real. I shouted, then turned behind me. There was nobody there, of course. It hadn't been bothering me for a while, but those footsteps had followed me this entire day. Even just now, an extra set of footsteps had splashed behind me. No one was actually there. No indications of anyone even. But they were there. Who are you? You've been following me ever since I came to this world. That's right. Thinking back. The first time I heard those footsteps was after Takano-san and I had parted. Those footsteps were my welcome into this strange inside-out world. No one could be there. I'd get no response. Whoever it was, they just kept staring at me. It wasn't ominous, just unpleasant. After staring into empty space for a bit, as I bathed in the rain, my illogical anger slipped away. My tension loosened, and a tired feeling reared its head. I'd taste this feeling that night, too. The sudden exhaustion I felt as the tension in my brain loosened. My vision quickly narrowed, and I felt like everything around me had suddenly gotten darker. I couldn't give in to this sensation. I would light what little explosives were left in my brain and force myself to keep going. I needed to dig that man up, or my stamina run out. I needed to see the tattoo on his back. I caught my suddenly ragged breath and calmed down. Then I stuck the shovel into the soft, muddy ground again. It felt exactly the same as that night. The sense of digging a hole in the beach, with water coming into it with every wave. What day was today? Had I gone back to the night of Tatarigoroshi? Every strange thought that came to mind tormented me. Even my exhaustion, didn't think I could manage to hold those thoughts back. Once the hole was deep, all illumination finally faded, blanking my vision in jet black. It was probably the moment the sun had fully set too. That night, I had feared the worst and gone without using much light. My senses were so strained that I could see even in that darkness. But now, I didn't have that kind of strength left. I drained everything I had last night, and now the darkness would be lethal. I decided to turn on the lantern. Putting it on the first setting would make it give off a faint light. From how little there was, it was enough, and people wouldn't be able to see it from far away in this rain. I grabbed the chilled lantern, turned the dial with a click, set it to the weakest light setting, and turned it on. An uncanny world of silhouettes appeared before me. A complex and strange shadowy world created by the intricate entanglement of trees and branches. I had only turned on a light. It's like that. That's all it took to make the world into something else. I let out a quick, tired breath and wiped the liquid, neither rain nor sweat, from my brow. Then I raised the shovel into the air and slammed it into the mud. That moment, the silhouettes surrounding me ominously all moved at once. Inside my head, something packed in there, something coarse but not hot or cold, was loudly rushing out. The silhouettes were all around me, looking down at me, and one of them, a silhouette bigger than the others, stepped forward. Good evening. Oh shit. Moon sure is beautiful tonight. Forces in my brain shot through my whole spine and left me at my waist. The strength in my body all left through my hips, and I crouched down with a splash into the sea of mud I dug myself. Oh, Ishii. Is that really how you address your elders? Have a rough time of it once you become an adult. It wasn't only Oishi, 5 or 6 of them in a row, men wearing raincoats. I had no inkling that this many people had gotten so close. It was like, once I turned on the lantern, they just appeared there, sliding out of the shadows. Please, don't mind us. Just think of us as trees in the forest, perhaps. Don't mind them? Yes, pay no attention to us. Please, continue digging your hole. It's very late and raining very hard. You're working pretty fervently. We won't get in your way. Please, dig to your heart's content. No thank you, I said. When I tried to get up and turn around, 2 men blocked that route. They stood on either side of me and lifted me up with amazing strength, then threw me into the sea of mud. As I soaked in the mud bath I dug for myself, I looked up at the silhouettes looking down at me. Oishi squatted, picked up my shovel and threw it at my feet for me. It bounced loudly off the mud and hit me in the face. Come, please continue. Continue. I couldn't bear the oppressiveness of the silhouettes surrounding me, and slowly I stuck the shovel into the mud again. I felt like I was digging my own grave. If I kept digging, it wouldn't matter whether there was a tattoo or not, because that man's corpse would appear eventually. It's all over, surrounded on all sides and nowhere to go. But I just couldn't figure out, no matter how much I thought about it, Why were they here? Was it Takano-san? There was only one person who could make a connection between me and this place. Knew it. She deserved to die. Stopping so soon? Man. Oishi kicked me in the back. Took me by surprise, sending me flying into the mud. Hurry up and dig, please. You really should consider the fact that some of us are standing out here in the rain. Fuck you. If you don't like the rain, then just go home. Oishi kicked some mud into my face. Work, please, instead of talking. Only people from the red light district do both at once. Isn't that right, boys? The men around him didn't react, not knowing quite whether they should laugh. When Oishi glared at them, they started mumbling out pained chuckles. Just who was this guy? I knew the world had changed after that night. If I went further back, then it'd start when this guy showed up. That was when our peaceful days had been taken from us. Ever since he showed up in Hinamizawa, things have been odd. Everyone stopped smiling, and the world went crazy. The ground under my feet gradually got harder and heavier. At this point, even I started to think something was odd. I hadn't buried him this deep on that night, had I? My exhaustion peaked, and I sat down on the spot. How long do you want me to dig? Kids these days have no stamina. Hey, you. Oishi's gesture. The men all pulled out their own sinister-looking shovels. As I walked to daze, one of them grabbed my collar, dragged me out of the hole, and threw me to the ground. The rest of the men stepped into the hole I dug and started shoveling themselves. As I stared at them dumbfounded, Oishi sauntered over and squatted down to look at me directly. Keiichi Maibara, is this a hobby of yours, digging holes on rainy nights? When I didn't respond, Oishi took one of the tin buckets they were using to bail out the muddy water, scooped up some of it, and splashed the whole thing in my face. The rain's heavy today, too. No matter how wet I get, I still don't understand the appeal. Oishi smiled to himself, then scooped up another bucket full of muddy water. I'll ask you again. Is digging holes on rainy nights your hobby? Who the hell would have a hobby like that? Oishi hit me with another bucket full of muddy water. The pebbles in it stung. Will there be something in that hole? I've always liked that story, you know, about the old man who could make plants bloom and the puppy digging in his yard for gold. As he spoke, he ran the bucket through the muddy water again, to splash it in my face again. What kind of treasure is buried down there, Can't you at least give me a hint? If you want to know, then dig on your own time, you fucking pig. I wasn't saying that out loud, but Oishi mercilessly drenched me in muddy water again. Anyway, shit. If only you hadn't shown up, the world wouldn't have gone wrong. Ever since you showed up, things have been strange. Toko got abused by her uncle. I ended up killing him. The world went crazy. It was how it all began, because of this culprit. He splashed another bucket of mud in my face. My insides were seething with anger. Die, you. You die too. I have strange power to kill someone by cursing them. Takano-san, you're dead. And it won't be Oyashiro-sama's curse. It'll be mine. Curse you and kill you. The rebellious look you're wearing. Why don't we use this opportunity to teach you a thing or two in that regard? We really do live in peace these days. I was about your age. Corporal punishment was the norm for everything. Oishi-san. One of the digging men in raincoats wiped some of the sweat off and called Oishi over. Oishi tossed the bucket away, then turned around with an evil grin on his face. What is it? Please, look at this. Acceptance, or maybe resignation. I wanted to say them. You blockheads finally found it. That's right, I'm the one who killed him. You're the police, so it's your own job to figure out who he is, right? Come on, prove to me that he's really Satoko's uncle. What on earth? We think it's an old drain pipe. It seems to be connected to the irrigation channel over there. Let's smash the thing. Not being used, is it? The men all exchange glances, then hesitantly broach another topic. Oishi-san, ground down there is pretty hard. I don't think anything could be deeper than this. Get the location wrong? No. At first it definitely felt like the place had been dug up before. But after digging so far, the ground suddenly hardened. We think we've gone down further than the hole that was originally dug. So, what does that mean? There's a hole here and someone filled it back up? Is that what you're trying to tell me? What are they talking about? Well, I'm at a loss, aren't you, my Bara-san? Oishi grabbed my collar and dragged me to the huge hole they dug. The mud inside was like an ocean. I couldn't see any drain pipe down there. One of the men stirred it with a shovel, letting me hear it clang against something hard. There's no doubt I'd buried him right here. But I hadn't buried him this deep. Didn't dig deep enough to unearth an entire drain pipe. So, then, this man, his corpse, where was it? Proof that I'd been successful on that night was gone. Gone. Then what on earth was I? Was I actually crazy after all? Just possessed by the delusion that I'd killed someone? That couldn't be. It was the unmistakable truth. Couldn't have been a hallucination. But now the most important evidence that it hadn't been an illusion was gone. Killed him. I buried him. I had absolute unwavering confidence in that fact. I failed to kill him. After I left here, and he started breathing again, crawled out and gone back to Satoko's house. That it? I'd come here to see whether he had a tattoo or not. And yet the truth I unearthed was far more than that. Yesterday, what was I? Killed him. I buried him. There's no doubt. For some reason he lived and crawled back out. And that was impossible too. I'm tired of hearing the word impossible over and over. I get it. Dead people don't like to play by the rules here in Hinamizawa. I'll kill you as many times as I need to. Keep killing you, till you never show your face to Satoko again. Oishi and the others were muttering to each other. Eventually their conversation ended, and Oishi came towards me. What did he want to say? What did he want to do? I stiffened, tensing up. Then Oishi just ignored me like I wasn't even there and passed right by me. The other men too. They ignored me and shuffled away. Eventually there was no longer a sign that anyone was around, and I returned to my quiet world of silhouettes. The only one there was me. Only the sound of the pouring rain filled up the silence. New tips, inquiry requestance. Record of malice. Okay, end of chapter 11. Jeez, already? Gonna keep on going. So I guess it's just chapter 12, right? Okay. Yeah, it's 12. All right. So yeah, we're on the last chapter. Wait, what? Huh? Oh. Okinawa Police Station Command Center. Transmission recording. June 20th, 8:08 p.m. This is the Okinawa Security Police. We read you loud and clear. Thank you. We'd like to look up a license plate for us. All right. Please give us just a moment to look it up. Thank you. Thank you for the fluid check. Number match, owner, Press Hinamizawa Shishibone. Vehicle make and model. Theft reports, none. Nothing of note. Security police to Oishi. We found the license plate from earlier. Oishi, do you read? Oishi, please respond. Am I getting a bag signal? Anyone in Oishi's car, please read. Nothing, eh? Oishi-san wanted a license plate check. Whose car was it? One from the village? Completely average car. Who was it? Oishi-san was asking, then it can't be any good, right? Special mention column is completely blank. No indication it's related to the S group either. And no demerits on it. You'd passed him on the road and he got mad. Guy isn't the type to forget a grudge. Checking a license plate and now he's not responding. He said it smelled. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled. I smelled because I don't take baths. He said to take a bath 3 times a day because I was a smelly person. That I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. Must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing the man who died said. Why does he know what that man said before? Much is obvious. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. Sudden earthquake make a big hole in front of the house. It did. He would definitely go and look into it. I just have to push him in. I won't give in until I get that chance. Won't give in. I won't cry. Won't give in. I won't cry. Someone is apologizing again. That from Satoko? Okay, see the conclusion. Body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that. But I didn't know whether to feel happy about it. It's like Satoko had said. Failed to kill her uncle. The body wasn't there, so I forced to conclude as much. No matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied. Or to free Satoko, I became a demon. This abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically I had fallen into the demon world. That price had been in exchange for the life of Satoko's uncle. That would have been fine. Since Satoko's uncle was still alive, still shackling her to him, I needed to become a demon once again. One more time. Oh, as many times as it took, I would kill that man over and over again until Satoko was liberated. I had already awoken. I looked at the clock to see that it was early in the morning at just about 5. It was already light outside. Once I'd hardened my resolve to become a demon again, I could feel my whole body teeming with the awakened power once more. Time wasn't an issue. No matter what, I'd do it. I got myself up. The exhaustion from the past 2 days was completely swept away, and I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. I could feel blood throwing through each and every one of my fingers. As I got dressed, I let my mind wander and had a strange thought. These 2 days, well, I've said it was for Satoko's sake. The only thing on my mind has been killing. I've said it was for Satoko, but while actually carrying out the act, I'd completely forgotten about Satoko, albeit only temporarily. Maybe initially it was for Satoko's sake. No, I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I'd sunk into a world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. He resolved himself to kill his aunt to save Satoko, became a demon, then disappeared from the sunlit Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world. Which meant that after all was said and done, I'd met the same fate as him. I tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway. which meant maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before me. We would be here somewhere. And surprised, I stopped walking. There was the second set of footsteps I'd grown so used to hearing. Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer. But I felt a strange kind of relief. There was someone there. That Satoshi had stuck with me the whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. Once more. This time we will set Satoko free for sure. I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. If they caught me now the way when I'd been out way too late for 2 days now, they'd give me a really angry talking to. I didn't have the time to allow for that to happen. Today I would put an end to it. If the dead body disappeared, then I didn't have to bury it. I could just burn it to ashes and take them with me so I could kill him again every time he resurrected. I'll do it again. I'd kill him again. This time I'd set her free. Outside, the morning light was so beautiful as to stagger belief. I went to the storage room to find weapons with which I could kill him for sure. Blunt or not, it didn't matter to me. Right now, I didn't need to care whether someone saw or if the police came. This world had gone crazy after all. A world where I'd shown up at the festival and had fun, even though I wasn't there. Even if the police arrested me, I'd probably end up going right back home as if nothing happened. Both me and another Keiichi Maibara. Even without me, he'd fill in. I could vanish from Hinamizawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Maibara would remain. After all, this isn't the world I belong in. I was going to be killed mistakenly for Satoko's sake. Then that was just part of my duty as her Nini. As those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough. Oh, this one's scary. Let's go with this. It was a hatchet meant for chopping thick firewood. Its hefty steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like that, so I wrapped it a little in some old newspaper and tossed it into the basket on my bike. Sorry for using you for evil all the time. I'll need you again today, my legs. I apologized to my bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've only used it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I hadn't used it all that much. My mom had bought it for me when I entered cram school, thinking it would be a convenient way to get to the station since it was far away. Though I'd always used it to get back and forth from cram school. I'd only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket too. I'd never tried to put a hatchet that I'd be using to kill someone in here. When I came to Hinamizawa, life finally felt fun. Met the best friends ever. Met some of the greatest times ever. Those times might have been shattered now, but it was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone, and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder was okay, but still. At times that they were enjoyable enough for me to commit such a crime. My friends were irreplaceable, and the time spent with them a treasure. Hanging out, laughing, sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I didn't fear committing any crime, as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. Yeah, this was a value I decided to uphold. It wasn't something I learned from a school teacher. It was a noble path that I'd chosen for myself. I thought back to when I'd first come to Hinamizawa. About how on the very first day, Satoko had welcomed me via a blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. She would laugh, angry, cry. It was never boring. She was obviously the most childlike among us. She was actually lively, full of vim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. That went for Mion, Reina, and Rika-chan too. Since Satoko the one at the center of everyone's laughing and banter, Satoko would try to look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. Then Satoko would cry, which would put Reina in a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted. And I happened to get mixed up in it. We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around. If I had to name one for whom it was the worst, it would have been Satoko. Her smile was everyone's smile. Ever since she stopped smiling, so did the rest of us. And for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. It was just like when I was silently going to cram school every day, just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So basically, we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess, cute and unhateable. In that case, I was her knight, searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile back. Knights, of course, use swords, the awesome two-handed kind. I'm probably the only knight in the history of the world to be taking someone on with a thick, rusty hatchet. I saw an old woman in the ridge of a field waving to me. "Hi, Keiichi-kun. For a morning ride, I see." "Good morning." I reflexively waved back in a refreshing way. Did I really have been feeling so happy waving like that? Toko's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. The cicadas had woken up too. The next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. I gave myself a hit or two in the head and drove away my merry morning mood. I took a deep breath and tilted my head back, quelling my pointless excitement. The body wasn't there. Its absence either meant my killing had been an illusion, or I'd killed him and he'd risen from the dead. I was at the festival, and maybe I should have considered it an illusion. Coach probably thought that way, which is why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt. Without a doubt. If that had been an illusion, that would make all of this Hinamizawa's in right now an illusion. If that was the case, then here's how it would end up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in a hospital bed about how great it would be to spend time with friends in rice paddies like these. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he'd resurrected. It would make him a literal monster. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less than a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even manipulate curses. Akano-san had died probably because I cursed her. Or maybe that was a little much. If Coach and Oishi-san died too, like I'd cursed them to yesterday, then I'd believe it. I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike wasn't here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down to hell that night, throwing it into the Onagafuchi swamp. Or maybe, just like how the corpse wasn't here, maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into the swamp either. In fact, his bike wasn't here. Might have been because he had gone to town and had to come back, not necessarily because I had thrown it into the swamp. If her uncle wasn't around, that was convenient on its own. Then I would just show myself in, wait for him to return sharpening my hatchet. If he was there. Forgotten sensations came back to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like poison, dulling my actions. It could also be the trigger to allow myself to awaken to my superhuman, otherworldly self. I held the hatchet, still wrapped in newspaper. Its weight in my hands was profound, sinister, and reliable. I didn't know what time it was without a clock. It was probably still a little before 7. Satoko would probably be awake, preparing her breakfast and her lunch, but her uncle would probably still be wallowing in indolence. A guy like him probably would have stayed up late drinking, and probably always slept until noon. I considered ringing the doorbell and having Satoko open the door for me, But if her uncle woke up at that sound, I'd waste my chance of him still being asleep. If Satoko saw me sneaking inside without ringing the doorbell, she'd be surprised. If I ran into her, what would I say? I've come to kill your uncle for you, so stay quiet? No, I couldn't do that. That'd be like making Satoko responsible for his death. Be quiet and go away outside. Maybe that would do it. Would Satoko react to that? Probably try and get me to give up on killing him. I would have to lie somehow to get her to go outside. Toko didn't need to know that a murder was going to occur in this house. I couldn't quite think of a good lie to tell her, but I couldn't do much just standing around like this. I made up my mind and grabbed the doorknob. And slowly, turning it, and pulled. It wasn't locked. The gap between the door and the wall steadily grew larger. The chain wasn't even on. The oppressive smell of life in Satoko's house hit me. At the entrance, there were a few pair of shoes and sandals. I couldn't tell whether he was here, not just by looking at them. I could hear a television on somewhere. The television was in the messy dining room. There was food scattered about the table, giving an impression decidedly different from a happy family's mealtime. Meals for eating food while thanking the person for making it. Meaning whatever occurred in this dining room wasn't a meal. Nobody in sight. No son of anyone either. But with the television on, he must have been close. Anticipated my coming, he hiding, waiting for me. The tension I felt was so thick, so tight, that I thought it would choke me. The newspaper wrapping the hatchet's thick blade didn't hamper its power at all. I tightened my grip on it, then, very carefully, took a look around. Where had those peaceful feelings from before I arrived here gone? Even the sound of sweat bubbling up on my brow got on my nerves. And then, I looked at the table and realized something. This wasn't breakfast. The grains of boiled rice were all hard and dried up. Was it last night's dinner? I left the dining room, keeping vigilant, down the hallway and found the stairs to the second floor. When that man was playing with his friends, he looked out of a second-story window. It was highly possible that that room was his own and that he slept there. I tiptoed to the edges of the stairs, quietly climbing without making a sound. Didn't hear any kind of snoring. Didn't hear anything up there. I went through a few rooms, slowly and quietly opening the paper doors, checking inside. I still couldn't find anyone around. Search more efficiently, I got down on the floor and pressed my ear right up to it. Hear the television in the dining room, and a low hum, perhaps of boiling water. It was then that I started to harbor some feelings of suspicion. This house wasn't right. It seemed like people had been here since the TV was on. That wasn't normal for nobody to be around this early in the morning. I silently descended the stairs and went back into the dining room. I looked at the food scattered about. Dried up rice, an overturned bowl of miso soup, the package for a side dish bought at the supermarket. I could tell Satoko had definitely been the one who made this. The food was far from Mion's perfection or Reina's gentleness, but it was sincere. Judging by how he cooked at me at my house, for the type and amount of side dishes I deduced the meal was from last night. Numbers stamped as the food packages read 830620, June 20th, 1983. Yesterday. And there was food for two, which meant this was last night's dinner, and Satoko's uncle would have been here then. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't even think about saying the word impossible again. Your uncle was here last night. Much was the truth. He had found fault with Satoko's food, thrown the bowl of miso soup and flung the rest everywhere. Hidden deep within my feelings of calm and composure was lit a flame of anger and a curse. Would I have ever shown this man any mercy? Thump. I heard the sound again, the one from before, like a water boiler. Where's it coming from? First floor? Where? Bathroom, maybe? I could hear the noise coming from the other side of the frosted glass at the far end of the changing room. It had to have been the sound of the water boiler for the bath. Steam was enshrouding the glass door, and the heat from it was leaking into the changing room where I was standing too. My misgivings deepened. People didn't normally take a bath this early in the morning. If one did, it would mean that in this house, time had been stopped ever since the moment last night. Whistle, whistle. It being reheated? The water boiler in the bathroom had been active this whole time. I checked in a clothing basket, saw Satoko's familiar uniform stuffed in it. The uniforms had stains and dried rice stuck to it. Certainly not something she could wear today. Probably from the miso soup at the dinner table yesterday. I looked hard at the frosted glass, but I couldn't see anything through all the steam. And then, an electric surge ran through my mind, and a terrible premonition came over me. There's gonna be a dead body. But could it have possibly been in there since last night? That would be impossible. No. He was alright now, nothing was impossible. I gulped audibly and quietly pulled aside the glass door. Hot, steaming air burst out of the slight opening. The fan wasn't on in the changing room. Went completely white with the steam. He entered like that. I'm sorry, okay. Just as the hot vapor poured into the changing room, cooler air also flowed into the room with the bath. And I just heard, due to being hit by that air, a very weak moan. That was all I needed to know who it was. Satoko! No answer. Satoko was in the bathtub surrounded by a thick layer of rising steam. The top half of her body was leaning over the edge of the tub and she was passed out. Oh shit, oh shit. The water boiler kept on making a whistling noise, as if angered. I could see the gas flame through a small window. It was roaring at full force, completely blue. Satoko's entire body was boiled red and flaccid as though her bones had melted away. She was almost like a doll. As she laid there unconscious, I wasn't sure how many seconds passed as I stared in complete bafflement. I came back to my senses and promptly shut off the boiler. Then I dragged Satoko's small body out of the bathtub. The water in it was hot as the water in the public baths. Is she in this boiling water for the entire night? She'll die. Satoko's body was lighter than I expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. Went back into the bathroom and opened up the vent, creating a path for a cool breeze to come through. Upon the breeze hitting her, Satoko moaned again. It'll be all right, Satoko. It's me, Keiichi. Keiichi. Can you hear me? Satoko recognized me, muttered a response, but I couldn't really tell what she was saying. Her eyes were muddy and unfocused. I could tell she wasn't completely conscious. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and waist were twitching slightly. This was way worse than normal overheating. This was dangerous. Should they call this heat stroke? Think the teacher do if a girl passed out in the middle of summer during a marathon in gym class or something. I turned the water faucet in the kitchen all the way on and soaked a towel in it. I then took the cold towel and pressed it to Satoko's forehead. Satoko reacted harshly to the coldness and let out a muffled voice. Vern's right. You would soak the burn spot under running water. And I run cold water in the shower and cool her off like that? If it was that sudden, it wouldn't be good for her heart, and she'd go into shock. I think I read that once before. About as much nursing as I could possibly give her. Anything more than this would be too much for the likes of an amateur. Captain Satoko, you're all right now. Your Nini will save you for sure. 5,039. 40. Satoko reciting under her breath. I brought my ear to her mouth to better make out the mysterious spell-like words she kept saying. At that moment, I understood what they were for. Satoko, you're counting? Why? Oh, wait. 5,039. Why? We'll tell kids in the bath to count to 100 a lot, right? Satoko was counting like that. 5,039? Moron. How long were you supposed to count in your own bathtub? 10,000. I deadened my ears and doubted her common sense. 10,000? Freaking idiot. What kind of dumbass can count to 10,000? There's no way you could do that. You'd boil to death before you got that far. Why were you... my uncle? Last night, her uncle flew into a rage at the dinner she made, saying it stunk and was inedible. Satoko didn't understand what on earth he meant. It wasn't much different what he usually made for him. Maybe he hated the smell of the pickled vegetables she bought in particular. Her uncle then decided the stink was originating from Satoko, and shouted at her that she never ever took baths. Then he put Satoko in the boiling water and told her not to come out until she counted 2. I'll kill you. I snapped and exploded. Raising the newspaper hatchet, I stampeded through the house. I searched for anything. Traces, signs, smells, vibrations, heartbeats. With the war cry, I raced up the stairs with such force I could have stomped a hole through them. Then I found the futon in the room I thought to be her uncle's, and well aware he wasn't sleeping in it, I bashed it with the hatchet. Did he run into the closet? I'll bust the entire closet down, door and all. He's not here. Maybe there's a secret door. Any switches or levers in the wall here? I smashed into wall after wall with the hatchet, crushing them. Dust rose into the air and broken pieces scattered about the floor. I smashed all the glass windows too, for good measure. I destroyed everything beyond recognition in our uncle's room. My reason finally kicked in and suppressed my emotions. Anyway, her uncle wasn't in the house right now. I'd have to leave killing him until later. Right now, I had to do something about Satoko. I went back to the changing room. Satoko was still lying limp on the floor. There was nothing more an amateur like me could do for her. I needed to take her to the clinic. Ocha treated me like a lunatic yesterday and tried to lock me up in a mental hospital. Never wanted to see his damn face again. Still needed to go to the infirmary one more time. I needed to have a doctor look at Satoko. I thought about putting her in the Dorna uniform lying in the laundry basket, but I had no experience dressing someone, so it'd be pretty difficult. Shit, I don't have time to be wasting here. I eventually gave up on clothing her and decided to carry her in the bath towel. The clinic was close to Satoko's house. It'd be way faster to carry her than to call 919 and get an ambulance. I threw the biggest towel I could find over her and prompted her to stand. Can you stand? I'll carry you over to the clinic. Thank you. Her words sounded clearer than before. She was starting to come back. Cried tears of relief, just knowing she'd improve even a little bit. Satoko turned over so she was lying on her face and then put up a weak struggle to get up on a knee. I smoothly slipped her up and put her on my back. The towel I put on her seemed like it was about to fall off. Towel, it hurts. Be there soon. It won't be long, so stay strong. It didn't hurt one bit to carry Satoko. She was light, too light. Lightness actually made me uneasy. Outside it had gotten hotter, as though eager to attack Satoko. Fucking cicadas, why did it have to choose this morning to get so hot out? I didn't have time to swear at them. Clinic was this way. Hoisting Satoko on my back, I broke into a trot. The hilly road to the clinic, which I had never had difficulties before, was now torturous. Big heads of sweat formed on my brow. At some point, my breath had grown faint. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. I considered leaving it, but I couldn't let it go, at least not while Satoko's uncle was still breathing. The signboard for the area clinic came into sight, but I quickly noticed something was odd, so I stopped. Several red revolving lights were flashing at the clinic. 3 police cars were parked in the parking lot with their lights on. There didn't need to be much else to inform me something had happened. I didn't want to see Coach, so I planned to leave Satoko in the clinic waiting room and give the receptionist a message. But that police officer Oishi here, I couldn't go inside so carelessly. What's going on? Why are there so many police cars? I gently put Satoko down in the shade of the thicket. I don't know. Go see what happened, so you stay here for a moment. Leaving a lady, a place like this, wearing nothing but a bath towel, simply unforgivable. You can still fire off those insults, you'll be fine. I'll be right back, I added, getting to my feet. Cautious of my surroundings, I hid myself behind a car, got closer to the officers grouped at the clinic's entrance. I overheard an officer wearing a necktie, probably their leader, and a white-robed doctor having a discussion about something. Doctor didn't seem to be Coach. It was one of those who Coach told to make the tea yesterday. So you were the first one to find it since you were on morning duty. So then, what did it look like? He was sitting on the sofa in the head office. He looked like he was taking a nap. There was a jug and an empty bottle of sleep medication on his desk, so you immediately thought he had tried to commit suicide with it. What else? His tight temperature and incontinence indicated a severe disturbance of consciousness. It seemed like a typical case of sleeping pill poisoning, so I immediately began to treat him. Without calling the police or an ambulance? This is a hospital and I'm a doctor. Since his life was in danger, it's my job to treat him at once. Yes, I understand. Okay, well, what else? His breathing was in disarray, so I put him on a respirator. I also administered breathing stimulants. It had no effect. I prepared a medical ventilator and... Right. So in other words, you did what you could, but it wasn't enough. That's it, right? You reported this as soon as he died. Yes. It was very unfortunate. We were unable to save him. Just then, a radio with the police car started to buzz, producing a broken, mechanical voice. This is HQ. Komiyama-san, can you hear me? Over. Hello? This is Komiyama. Come up with something. It looks like he committed suicide with sleeping pills. No notes or anything. Suicide? What the heck were they talking about? Someone had committed suicide at the clinic? But who? I wish Takano dead, and she died the next day. And yesterday I wish Coach was dead. Then, could he have... Did he use sleeping medication regularly? I don't really know. Did he normally complain that he was tired or wanted to die? Well, Irie-sensei was normally so... well himself. He never acted like that. It is the Coach. Oh. Keiichi cursed someone and they died. Well, twice. What? Huh? Did I? Was right. Irie-sensei. They were talking about Coach. Coach killed himself. Why would he do that? There couldn't be any reason he wanted to die. The only reason that came to mind was that I wanted him dead. This world was insane. If I wanted someone dead, they'd die. Was the kind of world this was. What about Oishi? What happened to him? Really died because I wanted them, and something should have happened to him too. I've sent you backup. Chief wants you to leave the rest of them and get back for searching for Oishi's car. Oh. Yes, sir. Please, excuse me then. Looks like we're getting relieved here, so please, leave everything as it is right now. All right, let's go. The officers nodded and split up into the patrol cars. Did you say, searching for Ishi's car? Searching for his car. That meant he had gone missing. Ano-san, Coach, and Oishi. When I wished for it, the very next day, they disappeared. No matter how angry you were when you said you wished someone dead, it didn't normally happen. Everyone knew just wishing for it wouldn't make them dead, and that's why people could utter such curses so lightly. But curses I uttered were being granted. At the time, I hadn't even been walking. Yet, tap, I heard a footstep. And it wasn't only one this time. Tap, step. They came from behind, and they stood right behind me, reaching a hand for my shoulder. You might tell me what's going on? Uh, Satoko. Scare me like that. I'm the scared one here. Preferred if you didn't shout so suddenly. It was Satoko. Her eyes were still unstable, unfocused, but she seemed to be able to at least walk on her own now. She looked far better now compared to her earlier exhausted state. I feel like Twitch is gonna get mad at me, so, just a little extra covering. Listen, Twitch is weird. I don't need any. How do you feel? Are you better? My head still hurts, but I can't stay outside looking like this forever. She gave me a smile, a show of courage, but her legs were still shaky. Anyway, what on earth is going on? From what I just heard the police talking about, Coach apparently committed suicide. Eh? Satoko was at a loss for words. Her face grew paler and paler, and I could tell she was doubting her own ears. Keiichi-san, is that true? I didn't mishear you. That's what I heard. They said Irisana killed himself with sleeping pills. Satoko went down on her knees and broke out into tears. It can't be. Coach, he would never ever kill himself. As I watched Satoko crying and clawing at the grass, I felt myself trapped by guilt and remorse. I got so angry that Coach was treating me like a madman yesterday. He betrayed me. I thought he'd be better off dead. But even Coach, who to me deserved to die, still must have had people who loved and respected him. Like Satoko here. In my selfish, egotistical anger, I wished for his death and it was granted. And now Satoko was crying hysterically as a result. The guilt tore at my heart. I worked myself up to murder for Satoko's sake. I decided I wanted Satoko to be happy. Was that really all it took? Murder meant taking someone's life. It meant making everyone attached to that person sad. In Satoko's uncle case, of course, nobody would be sad. So I didn't feel a sense of guilt at all. But Coach's death was different. I had wanted to make Satoko happy, and that had resulted in me inflicting a deep sadness upon her, hadn't it? But Coach killed himself. Was it my... Satoko still hadn't stopped crying, but she seemed to be a little calmer now. Wiping her tears, she stood up. I'm sorry. And the only thing I could say to her was an apology. Why are you apologizing? Yesterday I got into a fight with Coach, and I thought that I wanted him to die. I wanted it, so he really... Satoko looked at me dubiously for a few moments. Eventually her expression softened as she interpreted my words in her own way. It isn't your fault, Keiichi-san. Coach was an adult too. He felt like there was something he had to give his life for, and chose to do so after a lot of worrying and suffering. It's not anyone's fault. He smiled a little, trying to comfort me. I do not want to be naked forever. I want some clothes. Are you okay? Did you get something at the clinic too? I won't die from putting on clothes before going. Satoko readjusted her bath towel and started back along the path. Her stride was wobbly, and it looked like she'd recover as much as she led on. At first, Satoko tried to go back home. It was the time of morning when people were going to school and to work. After seeing people walking around, she thought better of it. She must have been pretty embarrassed wearing only the towel. Going to Rika's house. My clothes should be there. What's wrong? Keiichi-san? Satoko noticed how I was hanging my head and spoke to me. Despite how he might have come off, Coach was an adult, all right? He would certainly not have killed himself after a petty fight with you, Keiichi-san. Please, stop blaming yourself. First, I thought it was a coincidence, but with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. There is no such thing as impossible in this world. These past few days, if it made any sense. What hasn't? Toko seemed to be having trouble breathing, but she still tried to listen to what I had to say. At the Watanagashi festival, the day before last, you went home on the way there, right? And I went there and had a lot of fun. But it would seem, I do apologize for getting so upset with you about it. Toko remembered how she blew up at me in the classroom yesterday and bowed to me a little. If I said I actually didn't go to the festival at all, would you believe me? So Toko looked at me confused. He couldn't help it, of course. Of course I wouldn't believe you. But what are you on about? You wouldn't, right? I don't believe it either. I mean, I didn't go to the festival, but everyone's saying I hung out and there. Nobody would believe it, right? Are you being serious? Yeah. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, everything's been messed up. These weird footsteps suddenly started following me everywhere. The blood drained from Satoko's expression. Footsteps following you? Yeah. I thought it was just my imagination at first, but they stayed with me. Probably still there. I can't tell them apart now because of your footsteps, though. Satoko took a long and hard look at me. Maybe she was doubting my sanity. Coach did the same thing. Why wouldn't he after telling him this? The more I thought about it, the more I wasn't able to endure the feelings that my hatred for Coach had been meaningless. On the day of Watanagashi, I didn't go. I was doing something else. The whole time, I wasn't sleeping or unconscious or anything. It's not possible that I walked to the festival in my sleep and forgot about it afterwards. It's quite strange. Then how were you at the festival? But I mean, I didn't go to the festival. No, I can't let myself get emotional. If I get agitated, that'd be like proving that there's something wrong with my head. Sorry. Nobody believes me, so yeah. If that is what you say, Keiichi-san, then I will believe you. Then what? That night I saw Takano-san, and it felt like she was looking down on me. So I made a wish that she would die. Takano does have that sort of air about her, doesn't she? Do not say that I don't understand how you feel. Did you know that Takano-san died? Happened yesterday. Apparently she was burned alive somewhere. Is that true? Died? Wish for her to die. The next day she was dead. And Oisha from the police too. You know him? That annoying and fat detective guy. Satoko nodded a little. I heard from the police earlier. Apparently he went missing. And yesterday, actually. Just that he would die. Is all this true? I'm not lying. I don't want to believe it either. But it's true. Ano, Coach, and Oishi. I wanted them dead, and then they really died. For a little while, Satoko was at a loss. A long silence ensued. Oh, what a scary story. I should be sure not to get on your bad side, Keiichi-san. And that's not all. Something even stranger. It's about your uncle. I would rather you not talk about my uncle. He was there yesterday, right? At your house. Would please stop talking about him. I don't want to. It's impossible. Couldn't have been there. I said stop talking about him. No. No. That man couldn't have been there after the night of the Washinagashi. Because I... No! No more, please. No more about that man. Killed him. With my own hands. Even the cicada stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and it stiffened even more as she looked at me in disbelief. On the night of the Watangashi festival, I killed your uncle. It's impossible that he could have gone back home. Still, he went back. Last night he found fault with the dinner you made him, told all sorts of things at you, and then basically boiled you in the bathtub. Could possibly have happened. So, I wanted to make sure I'd actually killed him, so yesterday I went to dig up the corpse I buried, but the body wasn't there. That even possible? I killed him for sure. There was no body. They went home like nothing happened to you, and that wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Satoko's entire body stiffened. She was shrinking away like there was someone in front of her about to hurt her. You probably think I've gone a little crazy, don't you? I don't blame you. I can't believe it myself. Keiichi-san, I think you're very confused after all the people you wished were dead coincidentally died. You're just in shock at Coach's suicide and you're really upset. I think you should stay home from school today and rest. I'll be fine. I'll be fine, so please, take care of yourself. Satoko spoke like she understood me, but she also told me to go home. I could see the revulsion in her face, and knew that she didn't want to be around me anymore. Once I show you the clinic, I'll go home. Your legs are still shaking, aren't they? It would be terrible if you collapsed halfway there. Really, I'm fine now. I don't want to expose my naked self to a man any more than this. She wobbled up the shrine steps, looking like she was about to fall. I immediately ran up to her and helped her stay on her feet. But then Satoko gently jumped away from me. That outright rejection hurt a lot. When she got to the top of the stairs, her breathing was ragged, and she wasn't even looking at me. At this point, I was being ignored. More like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. It really was a feeling of rejection. And that hurt my heart more than any blade could have. This was the path I chose for her sake. To be treated like this at the end of it all. It's just so saddening. Don't be naive, Keiichi. You never wanted to be repaid in the first place. You didn't do it so that Satoko would thank you. You did it so Satoko would be happy. And that was what led to this ending. Rika-chan's house was a disaster prevention storehouse used by the council. If you went past it a little further, to the shrine grounds, you'd reach the back of the assembly hall. Satoko was heading there, walking quietly, the gravel under her feet crunching as she went. Did she want to get there as soon as possible, or did she want to run away? I couldn't tell. And then I heard the vigorous sound of wings flapping. I turned around and saw a crow. I hadn't seen many crows since coming to Hinamizawa. I saw them a lot in my old town, though. On garbage day, they'd flock to trash collection points, peek through the bags with their beaks, drag out the contents, and have a feast. As I was remembering that, I saw a few crows flocking around the shrine's donation box. I thought how terrible it was for someone to leave a garbage bag in a place like that. Cicadas quieted. Breathing stopped. Thoughts ceased. Even time came to a halt. I ran over to where the crows were flocking. I ran there in order to drive a horrible idea out of my mind. I definitely hadn't wanted this. There's no way I would ever wish for this even by mistake. This was not. When they noticed my vicious approach, the crows all flapped upwards, fleeing into the sky. When the crows' big black bodies flew away, they exposed the garbage bag. What had I seen there? The scream had escaped from my throat before I understood what I was looking at. What was this? Satoko came over as well, realizing something had happened. As she looked over my shoulder, then she screamed as well. This wasn't... Garbage bag was crimson, dyed in fresh blood. The stupid roundabout way of saying it. That's right, yes. It was Rika-chan. Our friend, Satoko's best friend. Always easygoing, clever as a cat, but you couldn't hate her. Our friend, Rika-chan, Rika-chan was stark naked. She was face up, limbs sprawled. Her eyes were like glass, just staring up into the sky. And, uh, Rika, Rika, Rika! Satoko broke down crying on the spot, and yet she still couldn't approach her friend's remains. The crows had gotten through the garbage bag and they dragged out an apple peel and spread it all over. No. Crows, they couldn't do this. On the spot, I stared, vomiting. The sour taste became a bitter one as I threw up over and over again. Chanchi. Her stomach was cut wide open, vertically, completely open. Rika! Rose couldn't have done this. And from her open stomach, her organs, her bowels were dragged out, like children's toys left all over the floor. That unbelievable sight induced oxygen deprivation in my brain. Color left my vision, a pounding headache, dizzy, and I wanted to vomit. It was like the nightmarish remains of a ceremonial killing. Oh. But that's... Someone, somewhere had killed Rika-chan, brought her here, laid her here with her limbs sprawled out, and then it opened her stomach and dragged out her intestines. Yup. A ritual murder. Red and pink viscera were sticking out of her gut, and her intestines were scattered in every direction, like it had been for fun. The entire ground was covered in an ocean of red and black. A few of the crows had hopped around inside that ocean. They walked the sea of blood, leaving bloody footprints in those footprints. Several still left on Rika-chan's body. Those sinister prints made it seem even more like a bizarre ritual killing. I may have wished for Takano and Coach and Oishi to die, but I didn't remember ever wishing for Rika-chan's death. Is it me? It wasn't me. Is it me? I stumbled backwards, then stepped on a newspaper. A newspaper? In a place like this. The newspaper. What was covering my hatchet. I had kept it wrapped up in my belt in order to carry Satoko, and that newspaper had fallen off. Jeez, don't scare me like that. I bent down to pick it up, and then Satoko looked at me with such disbelief as I'd never seen and froze. She was looking straight at me, at the hatchet, on my belt. Calm down, Satoko. This isn't what it looks like. Satoko, trembling madly, backed away. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't... Murderer. She didn't care at all. She was exposing herself through the towel. She just trembled and tried to step back from the demon in front of her. Satoko, please calm down. Please relax. Satoko. No. Screaming weakly, Satoko bent to run unsteadily. Run away, that is. Wait, please, wait. Satoko, you're wrong. That's not it. The way she ran away, it was so weak, so slow. If I wanted to go after her, I could have caught her. But if I tried to grab Satoko's shoulder or something right now, she might actually go crazy. So I had to follow her and try and clear this up. Killed Takano, Coach, and Oishi-san, didn't you? Killed my uncle. And then you killed Rika. You murderer! No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. What are you saying? You said it yourself, did you not? You wanted them to die, and then everyone died, didn't they? Well, no. Just wishing that they were dead, that couldn't... Don't even remember what you did, do you? How can I trust a person like you? Didn't your memory of killing them just slip your mind? No, maybe you're only pretending not to remember. Besides, what is that hatchet for? Try explaining that. It's for... See? Ichi-san, you are a killer, aren't you? Why did you do it? You were a little mean, but you were fun and kind. And once I even thought you might be my real Nini. Why did you turn into this? I might have been able to slowly answer each one of Satoko's questions at a time, but in this situation, explaining my innocence in such a short period of time was impossible. I mean, I didn't even know if I was really innocent anyway. At the very least, I killed Satoko's uncle. There's no body, but I killed him. Without a doubt, at that point I was far from innocent, and I wished Takano, Coach, and Oishi were dead. And that curse of mine was granted. When I wished for Takano to die, I didn't think of it as anything more than a normal thing you'd say to someone you didn't like. And she actually did die, and I realized that if I wanted people to die, they would. And hoping it would happen again, I cursed Coach and Oishi to the same fate. So even ignoring Takano's death, Coach's and Oishi's were completely premeditated crimes. Was I a killer? Just like Satoko said? Was I unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, and turned into a demon without remembering it, becoming a killer who carried out Oyashiro-sama's curse? No, that couldn't be. It's impossible. Damn it. The very word impossible was impossible in Hinamizawa right now. How many freaking times have I said that word these past 3 days? Satoko had started crying again, and was walking unsteadily. At first it felt like she was running, but now it was like she was walking away crying from someone bullying her. Why? Things turn out this way. Why? There was an answer to that, and I wanted to know it too. Why? Why had it turned out like this? After Nini went away, I was lonely for a long time. But then Keiichi-san transferred to our school, and everyone was happy again. It was fun again, every day was beautiful. Yeah, she was right. Those days were bright and beautiful. And yet, after that, Satoko and I shouted the exact same thing. But did it turn out like this? The cicadas were sneering at the spectacle. Our strange game of tag. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Eventually I heard the murmuring of a stream. The forest parted, and a suspension bridge appeared. Satoko was crossing dangerously, wobbling as though she might fall at any moment. And when I stepped onto the bridge, it swayed a lot, causing Satoko to stagger and fall on the spot. Satoko, are you okay? Don't come near me! Murderer! Satoko shouted, her hatred made very clear. It was sad. If words could cut, then this warmth flowing from my eyes would have been blood for sure. Why did you turn out this way? Ichi-san, I really liked you. I wanted to go up to her and give her a hand, but the distance between us was uncrossable. If I got any closer, Satoko would start shouting again, and say things that would hurt me deeply again, so I couldn't approach any closer than this. Satoko, I don't know how things turned out like this either, but I can say this. I wasn't the one who killed Rika-chan. At least that is true. Please, stop being so absurd. Do you expect me to believe anything someone who can't even rely on his own memories has to say? I tightened my hands into fists. This was mortifying. I wasn't crazy. Hinamizawa was crazy. Ever since I wandered into it, lost on that one night. This insane world. I was at the festival when I wasn't, and the uncle I killed was alive. Where death would come just by wishing for it. It was this world's fault. Mion and Reina started acting strangely, like they were possessed by something too. And Coach wouldn't believe anything I had to say. And even Satoko, who I should have protected, was yelling at me at a time like this. Was the price for killing a man supposed to be this high? Was I really going to be forced to say in such a bitter world? I did the right thing. At least I wanted to. So then, why? I hated it. Every time I asked why, the days Satoko and I enjoyed in peace went so wrong. Satoko, please believe me. I'm not a murderer. Why is that hatchet for? Can you give a convincing explanation for that? Is this hatchet scaring you? Hey, I'll throw it away. That's what you want, right? Toko didn't nod, but she seemed to be in agreement with that proposition. I clumsily took the hatchet out of my belt and dropped it over the side of the bridge into the stream below. There, it's gone. Now you'll listen to me, right? Think I'll let my guard down just because you got rid of your weapon. Ichi-san, you're strong. It'd be easy for you to strangle me with your bare hands. Like hell I would ever want to kill Satoko. Idiot. And what should I do? Should I put my hands on my head? Yes, why don't you? Please, put your hands on your head and face the other way. It was a cunning plan, much like the one she'd used during club activities. Putting my hands on my head and turning away would mean I couldn't attack Satoko very easily. I immediately acquiesced to her request, since it would make her feel better. Is this alright? Please listen to what I have to say. Satoko stood up, then carefully approached me from behind. And then, she actually came up right behind me. She was so close, and yet I was so sad that I wasn't allowed to turn around. I sort of think I understand that it isn't your fault, Keiichi-san. Huh? I think probably you've just been possessed by something evil. Till before, I thought Keiichi-san was a killer, but now I know. After looking at your eyes, I could hear that Satoko was still crying, but her voice was gentle just the same. Keiichi-san, you could never kill anyone. Something simply possessed his body and made him do evil things. Was she speaking literally right now? Or was she trying to admonish me? I couldn't tell. Come to think of it, maybe they were possessed, just like Keiichi-san. At the time, I was only thinking I would be killed, so I didn't think about it. Now I understand. That was the work of something evil that possessed you. Satoko? What are you? It was less like she was talking to me, and more like she was talking to herself, like she was confessing at my back. I understand, you know. Wasn't like I haven't experienced it myself. Satoko's voice started to become mixed with sobs. Her pained voice tore at my heart, but I didn't know what Satoko was talking about. I climbed to the top of the ritual storehouse once, a few years ago. Once, when Satoko was playing hide and seek at the shrine grounds, she climbed onto the roof of the storehouse for ritual implements, which everyone said not to go near, and hid. Then Satoko saw that she could get in through a window meant for ventilation. For Satoko, the word curse was plenty scary, but she was more curious about what's inside the unknown storehouse. She removed the grating on the window. It was already hanging off, slid her small body into it and climbed down inside. It was too dark to see much, but after descending she realized just how high up she'd been. Despite the darkness, she could see a few things around her thanks to the faint light coming in from the air window. To her disappointment, it was just a regular old storehouse. She tried to leave, but the door was locked up tight from the outside, and it was made to not open from within. You would have to go back out through the ventilation window she came in from. But the window was high on the wall, and there was no way she would be able to climb back up. Satoko desperately tried not to cry, and racked her brain thinking of a way to get up there. There were a lot of birdcage-looking things hanging by chains from the ceiling. She took the hanging chains and strung them along the wall. If she climbed up the bundle of chains, she might be able to manage to climb up to the ventilation window. There was nothing else she could do. She had to try. And try she did. It was dark and creepy, and she didn't want to stay there forever. The more she thought about that, the more she panicked. She climbed the bundle of chains. Satoko could hear the clinks and clangs of everything creaking under her weight. And then, just as her hand reached the window, one of the metal fixtures that she used to stick the chains on the wall flew off. The chains all began to pull loudly and furiously every which way. Spurred on by the sounds behind her, she managed to get back onto the roof from the window. Because of the weight of the flailing bundle of chains, the other fixtures broke, and one of the bird cages hanging from the ceiling fell to the floor with a huge noise. Under it was an image of Oyashiro-sama, his vessel, and the cage took off one of the arms, then trapped some other implements beneath it. Didn't take very long for her to grow scared of what she'd done. The deafening noise could be heard from the rest of the shrine grounds. A few other children heard it and gathered around. Of course, Rika was one of them. Then Rika's father, the shrine priest with an angry look, ran over. And then, as for what happened next, it was painful to remember. Hello, Shootaman. We're actually right at the conclusion of chapter 3 of Higurashi visual novel series. The only one who knew where Rika's parents kept the key to the ritual storehouse was Rika. So he scolded her, saying that this happened because Rika pulled a prank and hid me in there. He was very angry and menacing. Just looking at him was enough to frighten anyone. He exposed Rika's back, like a strangely shaped ritual cane or something, and struck her with it several times. Rika's words at the time, "It wasn't me. Wasn't me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." That pitiful voice. I still can't get it out of my head. I should have said it was me. I should have said so to save my best friend from that false accusation, without being afraid of Rika's father's terrible temper. Rika gritted her teeth and cried at the crime she didn't remember doing. Ever since then, the world has been strange. I know. Understand. This is Oyashiro-sama's curse. His judgment for messing up the ritual storehouse and forsaking my best friend. Oyashiro-sama's curse. My father and mother too. They vanished in that muddy stream. My mean aunt died too, but then Nini, who loved me more than anyone, ran away from home. And then Keiichi-san transferred in, and I finally thought I'd got my fun life back. But this time Keiichi-san was possessed, and even Rika got killed. There's something I heard once. Oyashiro-sama, when he really curses someone, he doesn't kill them right away. He goes in order of your closest friends, and after killing them, kills that person last. So Keiichi-san, curse got you too. I'm sure that Reina-san and Mion-san will be cursed next. And then they'll kill and be killed. No, no more. No. Calm down, Satoko. There's no curse. Nobody's trying to torment you. When I turned around, I was thrust away with amazing force. Given my hands were awkwardly placed on my head, I couldn't take the fall and lost my balance, and I'd been pushed not onto the bridge, but to the side, towards the stream. No, this can't be happening. As one last miracle, I was allowed to grab a cord hanging from the bridge. Far below me was the stream. We were pretty high up, and below were rocks of all sizes. If I fell, it clearly wouldn't be pretty. The entire bridge was tilting under my body weight. My frail little grip probably wouldn't last another minute before my fingers had to let go. Satoko! Satoko! I didn't understand myself what I meant by shouting her name then. Was I asking her to save me? Or was I asking her why she did this? Finally, everything came back into focus and I saw Satoko. And I was surprised at what an odd expression she had. It was the first time I'd seen it. It was an expression of righteous anger meant only for those who needed to die. Die, you murderer! Give him back! Give back my Nini! Give back Rika and Mommy and Keiichi-san! Ah! As she screamed, she jerked the bridge to and fro. She didn't have to do that. I was going to fall anyway. I won't lose to the likes of you. I won't lose to some stupid curse. I'll never ever lose to you. Took everyone. I will never lose to you, not ever. Satoko, please, just let me say one thing. I don't know what my face looked like at that time, but it seemed like it was enough to quell Satoko's agitation. I know that what I did isn't exactly praiseworthy, No, in fact, maybe I should never have done it at all. I did it because I wanted you to be happy. Please just believe that. You, at the very end, you're still pretending to be Keiichi-san. Satoko didn't seem to have any more desire to listen to what I had to say. And for that to happen at the very end like this was tragic. I didn't do any of this so you would praise me. If it made you happy, that was all that mattered. We were nothing. Without your smile, we were nothing. So after I disappear, please, smile. If you could get on with your new life by me dying, then please, smile. Can't you at least promise me that? Stop speaking. Don't use Keiichi-san's mouth like that. Fall down. Die! Those were the last words Satoko ever said to me. Those sad, tragic, and altogether unrewarding words. What on earth was I? My desire to make Satoko happy ended up like this. Or did I first go wrong? What was the mistake I made? When did I make it? Was I the crazy one, or was it Hinamizawa? Even after all this, I thought I wasn't crazy at all. It was this eerie world that was crazy. This world I'd accidentally wandered into that one night. Because that fun world where I never doubted all the crazy times we had as a club would go on forever. Couldn't possibly have transformed into such an abnormal world. That fun world wouldn't have ever ended with this, with Satoko pushing me to my death. In the end, I was going to be swallowed up by this crazy world, disappear. No, I'd probably already disappeared. Yeah, probably. In the night of Watanagashi, I'm sure that in the world I really belonged to, I had vanished that night, and everyone was worried. It was laughable that I had taken this long to figure out that I wasn't around anymore. Oyashiro's curse on the 5th year, Satoko's uncle dying and me disappearing. In the real world, Satoko had already been freed. Maybe my friends were all lamenting my disappearance and valiantly trying to get back on their feet. And even though they were down to 4 people, the club would reopen and they would have a good time without me, waiting for the day when I would come back. Sorry, everyone. I couldn't come back home, but this is what I wished for. It was my wish for Satoko's smile and my duty as her Nini. At this point, there will be nobody left to torture you. As Satoshi and I, it took 2 years. We succeeded. That annoying toothy smile of yours, we wanted to see it one more time. My pain wasn't gentle or merciful. It was a sharp pain, violent, powerful, and ruthless. What little compassion I had receded into the span of a moment. And now I could die. I could say goodbye to this insane world. Farewell, crazed Hinamizawa. Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I wanted. If you'll still allow it, I'll wish for one last thing. The death of this very world, of this crazed Hinamizawa, so that nobody would ever have to find themselves lost here again. You received new tips, research notes. Wait. Thought that was the last. Okay. The internet lied to me. I guess there's maybe a short whatever. Okay. Oyashiro-sama. Nobody really knows what character to use to write Oyashiro-sama. Knowing this is hard partly because depending on the time period, he has been called with various titles, with subtle changes to his name, and nobody knows the real one. The only thing at all periods agree on is that the 4 syllables O, Ya, Shi, and Ro are always used. There is a theory stating the shrine, or Yashiro, dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, itself became an object of worship. that people began calling it Oyashiro-sama, or Lord Honorable Shrine, but this doesn't make a bit of sense. I don't know whether this is related, but people say the Furude family, most respected bloodline in terms of worshipping Oyashiro-sama, actually inherited his blood. And in the legend, the Furude family passes down, if for 8 generations in a row, the firstborn child is a girl, the 8th daughter will be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. If we go by this legend, characters used for Oyashiro name should be O for honorable, Ya for 8, and Shiro for generation. These characters' assignments are simply something I've thought up. There's no way to verify it. If this is true, then Oyashiro-sama would have been named as such under the assumption he would come again. Saying characters because of in kanji, usually the Chinese characters used in Japanese. The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions, so this isn't unusual. But a few of these religions called the second coming of their object of worship a day of judgment, or something along those lines, and we must not forget that they mean it to be the end of the world. Rike Furude, pampered and loved dearly by the elderly folk in the village. She's an 8th generation, isn't she? The rumors say she is the 8th generation and Oyashiro-sama. Do not know what the family tree of the Furudes, but at the very least, I can confirm that for the past 2 generations, the first child has been a girl. Rike Furude watches over Hinamizawa. If the village were to lose her protection, what would happen? Would peace between man and demon be lost? Would it once again create a hellish landscape where man-eating demons run rampant? A gruesome feast at the demons suddenly remembered how delicious the weak humans were, who could only cry, scream, and run for their lives. What would that look like? Just imagining it is enough to make my heart pound with excitement. That sounds like something Takano would write. Well, I got all the tips now. I just got an achievement pop-up saying. I'm confused. I am confusion. Maybe there's an epilogue. An epilogue. Thank you for the fluid check. My head was pounding. The sky was bright. It was cold, too. It hurt. Each sensation I felt led to a new and different one awakening. When I came to, I was lying face first on a dry riverbed. A few body parts hurt a lot. The skin over a bunch of my joints were torn, turned blue or red, or oozing blood. I could tell it was my bones that were in pain from the agony I felt whenever I moved. I looked up and saw how high the bridge from which I had fallen was. During I dropped from there, it was a miracle that I could open my eyes again. Wait, I know, yeah. Like, wait, what? Right next to me was a broken, upside-down car seat, which I guess some prankster had brought in here. Maybe this thing had been conveniently lying right under me, allowing me to escape instant death. Miraculous. Of course, I didn't know whether this miracle was fortunate or unfortunate. I'd failed to die. 8 chapters. Oh, crap, you're right. That may be intentional. To have 8 chapters and it's the 8th generation. Wonder if we have to see we'll have to be on the lookout for 8 showing up maybe again. How long had I been unconscious for? The sun was high in the sky. What looked like only 1 or 2 hours had passed, but my body's sluggishness didn't make it feel at all like so short a time had gone by. Mentally, It felt like I'd been asleep here for a decade. Ow. The more feeling returned to my body, the more the pain flooded in. It hurt so much it would have been better not to have woken up. I decided to get to a doctor. Got to Coach's clinic. The term Coach's clinic brought memories back one after another. Memories I wish I hadn't recalled. Satoko was no longer on the bridge. She would have returned to Hinamizawa by now. And she would put on some clothes, go to the clinic, get a checkup, and report on how crazy I had seemed. The police were waiting for me without a doubt. This time, would they find out for real that I'd killed her uncle and arrest me? Or would they just send me to a mental institution like I thought they might? Still, I didn't care which it was. Please, someone stop all this pain. You can boil me or cook me after that, whatever you want. I began to walk unsteadily, just limping along. I went downstream, and then through an animal trail-like path in the woods. I walked haphazardly, searching for a path I knew. Eventually, I finally came across a familiar road and set off towards the clinic. Not to my house, to the clinic. It had treated me like a lunatic. It was hot and humid. There was no wind and the air was stagnant. For a while now, I've been smelling the terrible stench of burned eggs. It made my face scrunch up. Then at last I noticed something. Couldn't hear any cicadas. It was the first time I'd heard Hinamizawa be so utterly silent. When I thought back, it seemed like birds always chirped in the morning. Cicadas always cried loudly in the afternoon, and Higurashi always rose up in the chorus in the evening. Always something to hear. I couldn't hear a single insect. Oh crap. Oh no. The thing I could hear was the rustling of the wind brushing the treetops. I never experienced this sort of quiet before. Even the only sound coming from the trees lacked light somehow. The happening. The happening happened. There was a screening of it, and everyone died. The trees were yellow and many leaves were spread on the ground, despite it being too early for autumn. Even the weeds that had been growing so persistently at the side of the road had yellowed brown and lost their vigor. Only the sunlight itself was of the June Hinamizawa I knew, yet it seemed like the seasons had switched all of a sudden. Looking at the fallen leaves and rotting weeds led me to spot a few small insects turned on their backs. They weren't, yeah, I know. They weren't moving. They were corpses. I looked closer to see insects scattered all around, like a child had collected them as samples and then strewn them about. This stench, what was it? It was terrible, like burned eggs. It's like the smell of, that's like describing the scent of sulfur. Combined with all the bug corpses and leaves falling from the trees in summer. Had someone sprayed herbicides or pesticides around here? Even at school, we apparently fumigate. They call it pest inspection or something once or twice a year. I didn't run into anybody despite how bright it was outside. It was mid-afternoon, and it felt like I were sauntering about at midnight. Then this smell, nobody would want to be walking around outside. What was this anyway? There was no sound, no noise, not even a breath. Hinamizawa was silent. The school would come into view right after turning this corner, yet I couldn't hear any commotion at all. No the shouts or grunts that children always made. Simply quiet. Just as pretending to ignore the silence had grown intolerable, I saw the school. Finally, I heard something. The sound of a few trucks. There were a few very tall trucks parked in the schoolyard idling. About 10 workers in raincoats were unloading things from their trucks. It was hot and humid even in my casual clothing. I couldn't imagine how unbearable that must have been. Then I remembered. Our school was rented from the Forest Service field office building, wasn't it? It's strange at all for Forest Service trucks to be doing some kind of work in the schoolyard. Besides, What did forest rangers do anyway? They make sure bears don't steal picnic baskets. I felt bad for them having to work in such heat, such a stench about. We're taking colorful cargo out of the truck and lining it up in the schoolyard. There were containers, fairly large ones, inside multicolored patchwork bags. Heavy too. They were being carried in pairs. They lined them up very neatly like tuna at a riverside market. Several dozens, hundreds of tuna were completely filling the fairly wide schoolyard up. I don't think those are tuna. I forgot my pain for a while, captivated by this big forest ranger job I'd never seen before. I stood there watching in a daze. The people in the raincoats working on the other side noticed me. One of them pointed out and they shouted a few things back and forth. I thought they might yell at me for getting in their way, so I decided to leave post-haste. But then, 2 trucks drove up behind me. I stepped aside and they entered the schoolyard. Sheets covered their trunks, but I could tell they were completely full. As they passed, there was an awful smell that made me want to choke. It wasn't the same burned egg smell, but an even worse one, like rotten crab meat. What on earth was it? I'd been enshrouded in one terrible stench after another all day. Then, certain white letters emblazoned on the side of the passing trucks caught my eye. Brown Self-Defense Forces. What? Self-Defense Forces? Like the Army? Why was the Army in the schoolyard? Hey you, where did you come from? Suddenly someone slapped me on the shoulders from behind. I turned around, and a canopy SDF Jeep was parked there. The SDF person had on a green raincoat and a gas mask like in the movies, carrying a compressed air cylinder. He didn't look normal. There wasn't an inch of exposed skin anywhere. Where did I tried to talk. I stretched a wound on my head. Made the SDF people exchange glances. I couldn't see their faces through their masks, but they seemed surprised. You live in Hinamizawa. Can you tell us your name and address? I sort of live here. My name is Keiichi Maibara. My address is Shishibune. Seeing me tell my name and address without hesitation, one of the SDF people watching for the Jeep started talking into a radio. Base, do you read? Base, do you read? We have a 402. Survivor discovered. I repeat, we have a 402. We found a survivor. He's in front of the Forest Service office. This is Base. We copy. Cure the survivor at once. What is his status? Healthy. Wounded all over, but not fatally. He can walk on his own. We'll send him to HQ for safety. Prepared to go along with the police. The SDF. Couldn't help but think it seemed a little bit much. They urged me into the back of the Jeep. Then they told me to put on this gigantic mask. I did so, and one of the troops fiddled around with it, strapping it tightly to me. It was heavy, hard to see out of, hot and difficult to breathe. Looking at the world through the lenses made it lose its sense of reality. My breathing sounded like some giant monster through the mask. At this point, I had no idea what was happening. With much trepidation, I asked the trooper adjusting my mask, "Excuse me, something happened?" "Where were you? What were you doing?" Don't answer a question with more questions. I was the one asking you. Fell from a rope bridge away back in the mountains. I think I passed out on the riverbed. I don't actually know what day it is. Today is June 22nd, 1983, Wednesday. That surprised me. The Toko pushed me off the bridge on Tuesday, the 21st. That meant I'd been on that riverbed for the entire day. Me for asking him, but did something happen? Why is the SDF here? Is this a drill? My question had been that difficult for him, and the troops would answer me. The one in the driver's seat, talking on his own radio, turned on the vehicles. He turned the dial and some broadcast station or another came in. I started to listen to the voice of a radio announcer I was familiar with. It was conducted at the Prime Minister's office. Charged the questions from the press that the SDF not responding to the disaster promptly was directly related to this unprecedented, unheard of catastrophe. Chief Cabinet Secretary Okuno had this to say. So, I believe that once The SDF received the dispatch order from the prefectural governor. They responded promptly. According to him, the SDF was prompted to respond to the crisis after receiving their orders. He implied that it was the prefecture's responsibility for taking too long to comprehend the situation. When did the governor, who requested the SDF's dispatch, actually become aware of the outbreak of such an unprecedented catastrophe? And did he not invite further damage because of the time lost before he sent the request for disaster relief? In other words, because of the bureaucracy. We're awaiting further investigation into the matter. That was Mr. Okada reporting from the Prime Minister's official residence. At this point, we can take another look at the political response following this disaster. In the middle of the night, between June 21st and June 22nd, a large-scale disaster broke out in Hinamizawa village, Shinshibone. The details have not yet been investigated, but there was an eruption of volcanic gas from somewhere in the Hinamizawa area. The gas was relatively heavy, and as it spewed out, it began to flow. That flow went down along a small river and headed directly into Hinamizawa village. After a few hours, it had covered the entire region. It happened in the middle of the night. 2 to 4 a.m. Every home in the household in the village was afflicted. With most of the residents asleep, it is thought that all died without noticing the crisis. The catastrophe striking in the middle of the night caused its detection to come too late, but there was still one small opportunity to have noticed it. 3 a.m. A news dealer's shop in Okinomiya sent a vehicle carrying the morning newspaper to its branch office in Hinamizawa. Usually the shop would be contacted upon the vehicle's arrival, but this morning that didn't happen. The news dealer's shop made repeated calls but got no response. The shopkeeper sent his eldest son to check on things, but they lost contact with him as well. Extremely regrettable. If they had contacted the police or fire department at this point, it is highly possible the situation would have turned out more positive. At the very least, it's possible that a portion of the village might have been saved from tragic annihilation. 6 a.m. Residents in the area in the same region began continuously calling 119 to report the smell of rotten eggs, dizziness, nausea, and headaches. The fire department received the same reports, all from the same confined region. They speculated a truck loaded with chemicals may have gotten into the accident, reported it to the police. 6:30 a.m. Contact was lost with a patrol car on duty in the Hinamizawa area after the officer reported the smell of rotten eggs. The local police considered the possibility of a large-scale disaster involving highly lethal gas and reported it to the prefecture and prefectural police at 7:15 a.m. 8 a.m. The governor was traveling to nearby prefectures for inspection, so in accordance with regulations, the prefectural environmental disaster prevention chief was provisionally escalated to Director General and set up a disaster countermeasures office. However, without contacting the governor, the countermeasures came too late. As has received and pointed out by Citizens Group, his trip with honorary diet members to inspect other prefectures was based solely on good relations, and it's rumored they preoccupied themselves with a drinking party. Sources close to him claimed the governor had been drinking all night and had gone to sleep in a drunken state. He was completely drunk when the environmental chief phoned him as well, and apparently he could not get him to pay any attention to the matter. And so it took about an hour for the governor to sober up, get an understanding of the situation, and gather information. Though not as extreme as the governor's case, the environmental chief, who became Director General in the governor's absence, will likely also be questioned about his negligence. In addition, without any procedures in place on the prefecture's side that predicted catastrophes this massive, they would always react too late. That ended up being fatal. 9:12 a.m. On the advice of the prefectural police, the governor requested a disaster relief mission from the SDF. By the time the Chemical Defense Unit equipped with protective equipment arrived on the scene, 8 hours had already passed since the incident's outbreak. Whatever the case may be, it was unfortunate that this happened while everyone was sleeping in the middle of the night. Had the same disaster occurred during the day, it likely would have been very different. All households in the Hinamizawa region were wiped out. Thank you for the fluid check. There were over 1,000 victims. The SDF is still confirming the situation on the ground, but their results are predicted to only increase that number. Here with us in the station is Dr. Fujiwara, professor at the university who is well acquainted with volcanic disasters. Doctor, when such a sudden and horrible outburst of poisonous gas actually happen, it's at all unusual for this to happen right around craters at least. Japan is a volcanic nation, and so has many active volcanoes. There is always a danger of hazardous gas around any of these craters, and it's generally a rule among mountain climbers not to go near them. Does this mean the rotten egg smell that visited Hinamizawa village is a normal sort of gas from volcanic craters? Judging by how it smelled like rotten eggs, we think it was hydrogen sulfide, a gas seen particularly frequent in accidents compared to other volcanic gases. If it's dense, it becomes extremely dangerous. Hinamizawa village is far away from the craters of any volcanoes, and hydrogen sulfide be generated even from a place not close to a crater. I don't know all the details, so I can't say anything concrete, but in other countries there are records of gas eruptions due to magma buildup under hot springs. It's an extremely rare event, but it is possible for such a thing to happen, even in a region not near craters. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appear to have an announcement from the Japanese Defense Agency. Miss Morikawa, are you there? Yes, I'm at the Japan Defense Agency. The agency has just made an announcement regarding the source of the Hinamizawa village gas disaster. Analysis from the Ground Self-Defense Forces Department of Chemistry has found that the gas was a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. Ms. Morikawa, do you know whether the gas is still erupting or spreading to nearby areas? According to the SDF's 9th Division, who are currently engaged in a rescue operation at Hinamizawa village, the gas density is steadily decreasing. They've announced that the damage will not spread. However, it does not change the fact that surrounding areas are still in danger. Very strict observation must be maintained. That was Morikawa from the Japan Defense Agency, and now we have a report on the state of those who have been made to evacuate the Okonomiya area. Shimoshina's Oki Elementary School is one of the evacuation sites, and we currently have a reporter on scene. Wait, what? Inside the jeep, clambering and bouncing along the road, none answered my muttered question. An unprecedented catastrophe had destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. Where was Hinamizawa village anyway? Some place deep in the mountains, right? Names of places I'd heard about on the radio were always like that. They were all places I'd never heard of, much less knew the locations of. Wiped out? What does that mean? Don't they usually say how many died and how many were injured? How many people were alive? Where did everyone evacuate to? Eventually we came into view of Coach's clinic. For the first time I saw the flag of Japan hanging on a pole outside. Japan's circular sun hung down as though exhausted. Many SDF tents were set up in the clinic's big parking lot, and many strict security vehicles were parked there as well. When they saw the jeep coming, men in white clothing and gas masks came running out of the clinic, frantic, carrying a stretcher. Going to be all right. How do you feel? Can you walk? Yes. Ow. As my hours, they forced me to lay in the stretcher anyway. The people who seemed like doctors were looking at me and notifying others of my condition via radio. Multiple wounds, high possibility of fractures and internal damage, large lacerations in the head. Pupils normal, but even without bleeding from the fundus, brain damage is still possible. Then from the clinic entrance, people lying on stretchers were brought outside to replace me. Judging by their clothing, they're from Hinamizawa, and that's how I knew they were victims. They brought the stretchers in front of a truck. 2 troops, holding shoulders and legs, like some kind of baggage, picked them up and threw them into the truck. What? The truck of the truck. People's bodies piled in heaps. They were just like baggage, and that told me they were already nothing but shells. At that moment I remembered all those colorful sacks filling the trunks, and them lined up in the schoolyard like a fish market. Hundreds of empty shells. Corpses. 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 Jackasses. Don't just throw the victims in like that. They lived here. Troops carrying the sacks answered me with a humble salute. The world didn't need this insane version of Hinamizawa. My final wish, and it was granted. I didn't understand anything anymore. None of it mattered. I wished, I cursed, and then it happened the next day. And please, tomorrow morning, let me die. And say night, it's still going on. Please end it already. Hey, he's lost consciousness. Shout his name. Quickly. My Barakun, can you hear me? You can hear me, just blink. My Barakun. My Barakun. My Barakun. Suddenly, the world didn't matter to me anymore. I wasn't interested in their cries. Breathing stopped. Get his respiratory tract open. Use CPR. Make him live. Damn it. Damn it. No more. No more dead people. Nobody deserves to die. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I could hear the voice of a man crying and screaming in my ears. Nobody deserves to die. Those words came from his heart. So commonplace, and they soaked into my heart too. Maybe it was a mistake, to take someone's life, even if it was to save Satoko. This is the price I had to pay, this horrible tragedy. And this is a little much, Oishiro-sama. Why did you never punish me? Come to think of it, Satoko said something. Oishiro-sama's actual curse never goes for the target at first, but kills everyone they love before that. Oishiro-sama's curse. It was a convenient excuse, I told myself at the very end, because it wasn't my curse that destroyed it, but Oishiro-sama's. Given that I was in a stretcher, this next bit might have been obvious. Last of all, I realized one thing. Yeah. Today, I had not heard those footsteps following me. Even once. And now I was liberated, as the cries of the Higurashi I couldn't have been hearing filled my mind. Their tearful ensemble was the only funeral march I had. June 22nd, 1983, early morning. A widespread disaster occurred in Hinamizawa village, Ishibane Prefecture. Volcanic gas, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide erupted from Onegafuchi Swamp, one of Hinamizawa area's water sources, and spread through the entire village. There were 1,200 victims. 20 have gone missing. The catastrophe was unprecedented, forcing local government to evacuate approximately 600,000 people. According to later investigations, magma pools and hot springs were uncovered directly under Onegafuchi Swamp, and the gas that gushed from it was determined to be the cause of the disaster. In addition, directly after the incident broke out, many came forth claiming this disaster was a curse based in Hinamizawa village legends, first sparking a wave of chaos. There were apparently local legends of a curse spreading in miasma, destroying the village. Some scholars believe a similar gas disaster may have happened in the past and remain part of the alleged clutter. More extreme periodicals suggested this was an extension of the string of freak death incidents that have been happening in recent years in Hinamizawa village, throwing interest in theories about this curse of Oishiro-sama. In addition, relatives of those in Hinamizawa village who had escaped the disaster complained of sickness afterwards and were hospitalized. Some of them even died of unknown causes, further encouraging such extreme opinions. On top of that, several relatives professing to be possessed by Oishiro-sama's curses committed suicide in strange ways, and the impact the disaster had on the entire nation can no longer be ignored. Wild visions of terrible toxic gas sneaking around in the middle of the night, killing people spilled across the country, causing a steady stream of people complaining of insomnia, difficulty breathing, headaches, dizziness, etc. Some who identified themselves as being obsessed by it began doing odd things. Most of these were mistakenly attributed by the tabloid press, but afterward, some even began to call the mental issues arising from the Hinamizawa travel the Hinamizawa syndrome. The Hinamizawa village region, the object of all kinds of rumors and speculation, is currently closed off, and even flying overhead is prohibited. The prohibition was at one point undone as a result of a decrease in the gas's density, but that autumn another gas burst was confirmed, leading to the area being cordoned off again. Word is that the area is sound asleep. All traces of life lost. Only one cipher remains. Keiichi Maibara, age, who lived at Hinamizawa Village. At the time of rescue, he had some trouble breathing due to fluid buildup in his lungs. As a result of life-saving procedures, he was kept alive. He is currently in General Hospital somewhere in the prefecture. The press have been asking for him for some time, but all interviews are being refused. What did he see in Hinamizawa? What happened between June 21st and June 22nd in Hinamizawa Village? Today, he remains silent, unwilling to speak of it. Included, Chiro Tomatake, real name, known, possibly committed suicide in village on getting suspended. Yutaro strangled to death in mountains. Body was found buried. She went missing in investigations. Katsuya Kamito went investigations. Facers tied Rika for murder. Village gas disaster. Shion Tsunaza commits suicide at Victims Hospital. Keiichi Maibara commits suicide at Victims Hospital. Severe mental disaster at Oh my goodness, pardon me. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that leaves the wrap-up party thing for that. To help provide a palate cleanser or whatever. So, but otherwise, that's the end of the thing. Which, yeah. So he didn't die, so yeah. Like 2003, late summer. An elderly couple living in Osaka Prefecture discovered a cassette tape while organizing the possessions of their son, who passed away 8 years ago. Their son went missing when his fishing boat capsized in 1995. He was 47 at the time of his death. 8 years later, in 2003, they had begun to organize their son's remains in order to organize their minds, and they came across the cassette tape in question. From 1975 to 1989, the deceased had experience working as a journalist for a photography periodical, and this tape is thought to have been created during that time. The label on the tape read, June 28, 1983, Keiichi Maibara. Hey. Oh, yeah, that way. Oh, that's true. It's thought the tape was recorded during an interview with Keiichi Maibara, the only survivor of the great Hinamizawa disaster that occurred in June of 1983. The only person who lived through the disaster on the night of June 21st. Mystery. Many interested parties attempt to question him, but he never once spoke physically to anyone in a public place. Therefore, the tape caused quite a stir, possibly being of extremely high value. Click. It's really hard to talk stuff when I know I'm being recorded. Please, don't worry about it. Here, it won't be a problem if I do this, right? After this, the sound quality dramatically decreases. You cover the recording device with something? Let's get started. Here's my first question. Keiichi, where were you the night of the great disaster? I'd gone behind the shrine, and took a path through the woods for a while. There's a rope bridge there. Pull before you get into it, the mountains. I fell from there and lost consciousness. Did this happen during the night of the disaster between the 21st and the 22nd? No. It was the morning of the 21st on Tuesday. It means I woke up the afternoon of the next day. I think I was out for a day and a half. Why on earth were you there? And I'm sure everyone wants to know, but the bridge you fell from that day, a weekday I might add, quite far from both your house and the school, wasn't it? Thinking frankly, there are some who say you knew of that great disaster beforehand. and fell from the roach bridge you were trying to flee the village. This isn't a joke. Please don't be so arbitrary about this. I think it's a terrible thing to say, too. Please don't be offended. Anyway, about the rope bridge you fell from, it was right there here on the map, right? The rope bridge beyond the back of the shrine and through the path in the woods. Probably. I never went over there, so I can't say for sure. Haha. I guess I just want to know why you were out somewhere you'd never been before on a weekday morning. And about the river you fell unconscious on. Have you heard the rumors about that being impossible? Impossible. That word. Again. For a little while, Ichi Ibara mutters the word impossible several times. Why would it be impossible? You know how the volcanic gas originated in the Onagafuchi swamp. Some scholars did some pretty delicate simulations and modeling and discovered something very interesting. The volcanic gas was heavier than the air, but went along the ground, flowing into lower and lower places, kind of like what water does. With Onagafuchi swamp as its source, we're able to test how much time it would take for the gas to erupt and spread across the whole village. So, well, that riverbed you were unconscious on, gas, it would have flowed down there. I don't really understand what you're getting at. In other words, if you were really passed out on that riverbed, you would have been in the middle of all that toxic gas that was spreading everywhere that night. That means there was no chance you could have passed out there. Allow me to be a little more frank. I think that maybe you might be telling a lie. During the Great Disaster, you were hiding in a safe place, keeping an eye out for when the gas got thinner, then reappeared and was secured by the SDF. How about that? That right on the mark? For a short time, the journalist presses Keiichi Maibara further in a teasing way. All that can be heard are heavy sighs. And if that was the case, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. You mean you wouldn't be surprised? This record really taken of Keiichi Maibara? Some harbor suspicions. Said before, didn't you? It was impossible. Impossible things happen in that Hinamizawa all the time. There are people who shouldn't exist. Dead people end up being alive. It's not really that unusual. Never thought I, of all people, would be asked to prove I was still alive when I was supposed to have died. The journalist and Keiichi Maibara both laughed for a while. To verify its authenticity, I had others in Maibara family check tapes with his voice in it. However, the sound was not clear, and much time had passed. The relatives I checked with couldn't remember what he sounded like. I was unable to gain positive proof it was actually Keiichi Maibara's voice. Alright then, I'll change the subject. What do you think of the debate about whether this disaster was the curse? The 5th year of the serial freak death incidents in Hinamizawa? I don't think it was. I was the curse that year after all. Huh? What do you mean? What do I was just answering the question. Doubts also remain regarding the date, 11/28, written on the tape. Curse, well, probably won't believe me when I tell you this. I was the one who caused it. The one who wished for the whole village to die, and it happened. What an exciting story. Exciting. I suppose you could call it that. After Keiichi Maibara's failed suicide attempt on a certain August day, 2 months after the disaster, he was diagnosed with a mental disorder, transported to a treatment facility. I was the one who killed Takano and Coach and Oishi too. At the time, I had some kind of divine power. I suppose it was like footsteps. Footsteps? Wait, what's that supposed to mean? You have never heard footsteps before? Tap. Click, click. The facility never allowed any news coverage. It's extremely unlikely that a tape from the media dated after August 1983 would have had his voice on it. Today, when you're walking around, try stopping suddenly. Something interesting will happen. Anyway, you hear an extra footstep, even though you'd already stopped walking. You'd better be careful, you know. Yeah, I'll be careful. Is what I'm saying really that funny to you? The reporter had been criticized for his forceful methods of collecting data while he was active. There's still a possibility that he broke into the facility and forced KT Maibara to talk. Been doing nothing but laughing in my face this whole time, just like Coach. You pretended to sympathize with me to listen to what I have to say, but your eyes are telling me you think I'm a lunatic. That's not true. No, I can tell. Your eyes are the same as Coach's. He's gonna wish him dead, ain't he? This truly KT Maibara's voice. The authenticity of this recording is still trapped in mystery. I never heard the footsteps again after that day. So I don't think I have that terrible power anymore. Perhaps right here, right now, I'll wish for you to die. I'll wish for your death for saying all these unpleasant things. Yes, this time, why don't I decide how you die? Kano-san was burned to death, so let's go with the opposite, with water. I hope you drown and die. How's that? 15 years after this tape was created, the reporter, just as KT Maibara had predicted, died in an accident out on the sea. I'm in top form like I was then, you'd die before... I'm in top form like I was then, you'd die before tomorrow morning for sure. Now then I wonder how many days it will take you to drown. You better be careful, you know. Don't go getting yourself killed by some stupid curse I put on you, okay? The recording ends in the middle of KT Maibara's laughter. And KT Maibara. Late on the night of 11/30/1983, 2 days after the interview, he suddenly died from a high fever, cause unknown. Records remain of the strange word he kept giving after pressed the call button the day before he died. An extra set of footsteps. Oh, fuck you, game. That actually scared me. That sound effect. No scenario is unlocked. All cast review session. Okay, now this. Actually, or whatever. So now we can do. All cast review session. Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 3, Tatarigoroshi. How did you like it? It had a different sort of atmosphere than the previous chapters. Be happy if you enjoyed it. A bad end again, the type which we're so fond of, huh? Firstly, I wanted to get a scene of the gas coming in, the villagers spasming and foaming at the mouth one by one before dying. Do you all think so too? Of course I do not think so. Again. It happened again. A huge bad end. Huh? Mi-chan, you sure seem happy about the bad end. Well, it's more like all we can do honestly at this point is laugh. The terrible endings have been escalating through each chapter, and it finally reached a culmination, I suppose. Everyone died together as friends. As friends. Nipa. I guess you could say that. I die every time though, and I'm a little tired of it. It'd be nice to have an ending where I didn't die once in a while. Tomitake-san, you're kinda like a news reporter. When you die, it's like, oh, we're in the second half now. Kind of. Damn. Pet Riku was slaughtered before. Oh yeah. Okay, now here are all the new chapter portraits that debuted in this chapter. Everyone give a big round of applause. First is Coach Irie Kyosuke-san. I'm honored to have your introduction. Hello there. I was a minor character, but having a full portrait like this makes me really feel important. It's true. You had too many appearances and too much dialogue to be a minor character this time. I don't know if I'll appear in the next scenario, so please root for me. Thank you very much. Next up we have Chie-sensei. Been around since chapter 1, but never had a portrait until now. Hello there, everyone. They've had me appear in school scenes ever since the first chapter, but for whatever reason I didn't have my own portrait. I wonder why. Yes, I wonder. Oh, someone give Chie-sensei a seat, please. Indeed, just pretty. Okay, now everybody is here. Reina, you can do the honors again. Okay, everyone, please pick up the cup nearest to you on your table. There are plenty of drinks. These after parties have really gotten lively. How many do we have here now? Including us, I think there are about 10 people. Now we finally have the same number of minors and adults. We can all drink without being ashamed. Speaking of beer, how is it that something so delicious when cold turns so bad when warm? One of the 7 wonders of the world, I say. I wonder why. This is weirdly refreshing. It is. Every time I'm kind of thankful they had, because it kind of sort of like, it I'm really glad both for my sake and for y'all that they kind of have these, because it kind of, it sort of like, it really is like a palate cleanser, you know? So when I log off, I don't feel like completely like crap. After the end of these chapters. Okay, I'll pour some beer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh? There were 6 adults here? Me. I would like the foamy barley tea as well. Rika-chan, you can't drink. Anyway, Reina-san, let's get this moving. Meep. Meep, meep. I have to work to like not do a Roadrunner. Meep. 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 Instead of meep meep. 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 Oh, okay. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Alright, everyone. Excellent work on the Tatarigoroshi chapter. Cheers. Cheers. Oh. Wait, I have this. Yay. Oh. I spoke too soon. Yay, clap, clap, clap. Okay then, let's get down to our traditional plot discussion. Still though, this chapter just confused us yet again. Anyone has opinion, please raise your hand. Wow, everyone's being so discreet. No hands? Then why don't I break the ice? Excuse me, could you change the music, please? Something a little more mysterious. Yeah, that's good. The mood has been set. Alright, Takano-san, take it away. I think that just by pouring over the Tatarigoroshi story, the mystery won't be revealed. I know what you mean. Obviously, that's how the stories have been set up. there's something like that in particular. I don't know if I'm right, but in Onikakushi, when my Barakun was eating in the restaurant with Oishi-san, Sonozaki found out, and it was a little mysterious, right? It was certainly mysterious just in Onikakushi. But after reading Watanagashi, a few things made a lot of sense. When I mentioned a restaurant with cute uniforms during the story, it must have meant Angel Mort. Angel Mort's owned by the Sonozaki family, so... Someone who knew Kei-chan was there too, and told me. It actually makes a good amount of sense, right? That's what we mean. There are subtle differences in the Higurashi stories, but I think there's 3 facets that are the same for each. The character settings, for example. I was scary in Onikakushi, but that was only because it was Onikakushi. It was because my character was the exact same in all 3 stories, is that it? I agree with the characters being exactly the same. The most extreme case being me dying in the same way in the same place every time. No matter which story it is, you always die on the same day. There's a scene during Watanagashi, Takano and Tomitake sneak into the ritual implement storehouse. The same scene may have still happened in the other stories, even though it wasn't portrayed. I think it still happened, save for a few events, the weather, the day of the festival, what we did in the club, and Satoko's uncle coming home. It's almost all the same. Which means we have a bunch more questions. The stories are told in exactly the same environment each time. Well, why do they end up being so different? If we think in a general sound novel type of way, sometimes the story branches depending on choices, right? So like, if in Watanagashi you had given the doll to my sister, and an unavoidable bad end from a choice so early on, that's pretty scary. Well, in Tatarigoroshi, maybe whether you decide to kill the uncle or not. I think it was way before that. I think it Brack Bench when the uncle's lover disappeared because of some trouble and he returned to Hinamizawa. Then what was the first branch in Onikakushi? I think it was when I appeared and started talking about the pure freak death incidents relating to Oyashiro-sama's curse. You know, I just thought of something. If Keiji gave the doll to Mion-san, if Oishi-san and my uncle hadn't appeared, would we not have spent our time in peace without anything happening? Well, Oishi would have popped up. See, Satoko's gotten right to the point. You're right. You can say that again. And maybe we should pray Oishi-san and her uncle don't show up in this dark story. And then if we can prevent Sonozaki-san from getting in a bad mood, everyone will be happy. Yeah, big sis, you're needed for the bad ending. Be careful, everyone. You make my sister mad, you're sure to get a bad end. What are you saying? Shion? Next time I'll pound nails into you without mercy. Bang bang. Just you wait. Haha. We can't solve any of the mysteries thus far. We seem to have put together a plan for how to get the story to end happily. I wonder, that would really make us all happy. Oishi-san and Teppeihachi don't show up. Mion-san gets the doll. Is that all we have to make sure of? You're right. We're all forgetting the most important thing. Remember the great Hinamizawa disaster. You cannot prevent natural disasters? Should we have everyone in the village put on gas masks and move away? It's probably Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's right. Because there were a lot of events that happened afterwards. The gas thing did not happen after the ends of Chapter 2, and those events were going on for a pretty bit, for a number of days afterwards. So that definitely should have happened. if it was unavoidable. So, Rika, I want to say, I think Rika dying. My money is on Rika dying. That's what caused the disaster. So we need to make sure not to make Oyashiro-sama angry. I did the wrong voice. It's getting a little tricky. We mustn't anger Oyashiro-sama, yeah? What should we do in order to prevent that? Oishi-san, please go away. That's what you... The dam project itself is probably out of the question. Maybe if there was never a dam project in the first place. That would be hard. It didn't happen. We need a ritual to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. Sink in a ritual, a sacrifice in the Onakafuchi swamp. A ritual sacrifice. A sacrifice? Why do we sacrifice? Wait. But Rika-chan died in the other in chapter 2 too. Was it the way she died? Oh wait. So maybe it involves the way someone gets cursed. That did give, like, Keiji some weird juju. But why did the uncle not show up? I need to rewatch the other chapters. Yeah, I do have it on my YouTube. Although I will say, you can get the first chapter for free. So if you just want to go it through yourself and, like, you kind of, like, that way you can, like, review things, you know, your own and see it clear, whatever. Yeah, that's the first chapter is free on Steam and as well as on GOG. Oh, yeah, I have yeah, they should all be up there. Come on, use your head. Someone who dies no matter what happens. If he's gonna die anyway, then we may as well have it help out Hinamizawa. When you say dies no matter what, you're talking about me, aren't you? I knew all along. I knew you had some very important role in this story, Jiro-san. We'll get you to play your part. With that, we have a blueprint for getting a nice... And with that, we have a blueprint for getting a nice, happy, good ending, don't we? Let's give it a try since we have time. Everyone involved, come over here. First, we stop Uncle Hajo, whose lover ran out on him from returning to Hinamizawa. Hiya, my name's Uncle Hajo. He has no portrait, so I'm standing in. I'm so lonely and blue because my lover ran away. Time to go back to Hinamizawa, lock up Satoko-chan and haha to a maid servant. Why don't I take my motorbike back? I'll just put in the key and click, click. Kaboom! Judgment! To ashes and dust shall you return. Satoko-chan, don't you think this was a little too much gunpowder? I hope Coach is all right. Sweat. Next, we stop Oishi from showing up. Me this time. My name is Kurado Oshi. A hot, good-looking middle-aged man who looks like a blues singer. Yup. Kaboom! Meep. Judgment for you. And lest we forget, a follow-up service from my sister. Come here, big sis. There's a cute little doll for you. How nice. It's all gonna blow up. I'm not really understanding this. And finally we must quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. Then, the last actor, please come up. Tie him fast, rope him up and hang him. He'll sink for 3 days, right? I'm not that patient. Let's just get over with. At that, the case has been closed. Slip. Oh no. All of a sudden, this arm of mine is glowing with an awesome power. A G Gundam reference. I love it. This pile of corpses is a pretty big deal. Huh? It's the phone. Hello? Oh, Keiichi-kun. Thanks for all your hard work. Yeah, it looks like you're all having a roaring old time, and yet here I am busy with reading the scenario for the next story. Whatever. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off without any teasing. Is she on there? Can you put her on? What? Going to announce it here? I wanted to keep it secret for a little while longer, but okay. Terrorist win. A secret between Shion-san and Keiichi-san? What do you mean? Nobody told me about this. Nobody. Okay, Captain. Let's say it at the same time. 1, 2, 3. The main character of the next story will be Shion Sonozaki. What? Wait, do I have a dramatic... How about that? Yeah, so that's that. The one topping the popularity charts since her first appearance. The late apparent younger sister of twins has been the pattern of things ever since the days of TH. I have no idea what that means, and it doesn't matter. Anyway, I've been fired from my main character post for once. The rumors are right, I might even get a portrait finally. Yahoo! Well, portraits of Kei-chan would be a big waste of disk space. If it couldn't all fit on one disk, there's a pretty high chance he'd be the first one dropped. Are you okay with this, Shion-san? The main character always meets some terrible fate in the end. Well, until now. That doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen next time. With Tatarigoroshi, we've already at the third game in the Higurashi When They Cry series. This first half presented a lot of strange and exciting mysteries, but starting next time, the mysteries will start to be solved in the second half, marking the start of the investigation arc. Temporary name. That means it'll be a thrilling story where I become a detective and solve all these crazy, unfair mysteries. You'd all better think up good signature phrases, like "You sir are the criminal." It won't happen, never. You'll get too close to the three family secrets, be prison, and then get tortured. You're a shoo-in to meet a violent, unnatural death. Sis, I should say the same to you. Are you mentally prepared for me to see through all your mysteries and secrets, then have you apologize to me and commit suicide? No chance of Jiro-sama's curse for me, is there? Anyway, the new story to begin the second half, temporary called Mekashi or Eye Opening, is currently undergoing diligent development. We should be able to unveil it to you in the near future, so I hope you'll look forward to it. Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatarigoroshi. What truths will you all come up with after reading these 3 stories? Or will you just come up with more questions instead of theories? Reina has no clue either. For all you who never yielded to these 3 mysteries and keep on fighting, we present you with one final scenario as thanks for your enthusiasm, one which we never originally planned on giving to you. Please enjoy it. Alright, so I think Okay. So actually, all right. So, and that actually concludes chapter 3 of Higurashi series. Join us at chapter 4. Bum, bum, bum.